How to know the ferns *******, the cheerful community of the polypody. The cheerful community of the polypody. How to know the ferns, a guide to the names, haunts, and habits of our common ferns by Frances Theodora Parsons, author of How to Know the Wild Flowers According to Season, etc. Illustrated by Marion Satterlee and Alice Josephine Smith, New York. Charles Scribner's Sons, 1915. Copyright 1899. By Charles Scribner's Sons to JRP. If it were required to know the position of the fruit dots or the character of the indusium, nothing could be easier than to ascertain it. But if it is required that you be affected by ferns, that they amount to anything, signify anything to you, that they be another sacred scripture and revelation to you, helping to redeem your life, this end is not so easily accomplished. Thoreau preface. Since the publication, 6 years ago, of How to Know the Wild Flowers, I have received such convincing testimony of the eagerness of nature lovers of all ages and conditions to familiarize themselves with the inhabitants of our woods and fields, and so many assurances of the joy which such a familiarity affords, that I have prepared this companion volume on How to Know the Ferns. It has been my experience that the world of delight which opens before us when we are admitted into some sort of intimacy with our companions other than human is enlarged with each new society into which we win our way. It seems strange that the abundance of ferns everywhere has not aroused more curiosity as to their names, haunts, and habits. Add to this abundance the incentive to their study afforded by the fact that owing to the comparatively small number of species we can familiarize ourselves with a large proportion of our native ferns during a single summer, and it is still more surprising that so few efforts have been made to bring them within easy reach of the public. I wish to acknowledge my indebtedness to the many books on our native ferns which I have consulted, but more especially to Gray's Manual to Eaton's Ferns of North America, to the Illustrated Flora of Messrs. Britton and Brown, to Mr. Underwood's Our Native Ferns, to Mr. Williamson's Ferns of Kentucky, to Mr. Dodge's Ferns and Fern Allies of New England, and to that excellent little quarterly, which I recommend heartily to all fern lovers, the Fern Bulletin, edited by Mr. Willard Clute, of Binghamton, N.Y. To the State Botanist, Dr. Charles H. Peck, who has kindly read the proof sheets of this book, I am indebted for many suggestions, also to Mr. Arthur G. Clement, of the University of the State of New York. To Miss Marion Satterlee thanks are due not only for many suggestions, but also for the descriptions of the woodwardias. The pen and ink illustrations are all from original drawings by Miss Satterlee and Miss Alice Josephine Smith. The photographs have been furnished by Miss Murray Ledyard, Miss Madeline Smith, and Mr. Augustus Pruin. In almost all cases I have followed the nomenclature of Gray's Manual as being the one which would be familiar to the majority of my readers, giving in parentheses that used in the Illustrated Flora of Messrs. Britton and Brown. Frances Theodora Parsons, Albany, the 6th of March, 1899. The more thou learnest to know and to enjoy, the more full and complete will be for thee the delight of living. Contents page. Preface. Ferns as a hobby. 1. When and where to find ferns. 15. Explanation of terms. 28. Fertilization, development, and fructification of ferns. 32 Notable fern families. 36 How to use the book. 38 Guide. 40 Fern descriptions. Group I 54, Group 267, Group 387, Group 4105, Group V120, Group 6159. Index to Latin names 211, Index to English names 213, Index to technical terms 215. List of plates. The actual sizes of ferns are not given in the illustrations. For this information, see the corresponding description. Plate page I. Sensitive fern Onocles sensibilis 57-2. Ostrich fern Onocles struthiopteris 59-3. Cinnamon fern Osmunda cinnamomea 61-4. Curly grass Schizia pusilla 65v. Royal fern Osmunda regalis 69-6. Interrupted fern Osmunda claytoniana 73-7. Adder's tongue Ophia glossum vulgatum 79-8. Ternate grape fern Bartrichium tenatum 83-9. Moonwort Bartrichium lunaria 85. Lance-leaved grape fern Bartrichium lanceolatum 85x. Purple cliff brake Pellia atropapuria 91-11. Narrow-leaved spleenwort Asplenium angustifolium 99-12. Net-veined chain fern Woodwardia angustifolia 103-13. Hairy lip fern Schielanthus vestitar 113-14. Hay-scented fern Dixonia pilosucula 115-15. Lady fern Asplenium filix foemina 121-16. Silvery spleenwort Asplenium thliptroids 125-17. Ruspleenwort Asplenium ruta muraria 127-18. Mountain spleenwort Asplenium montanum 131-19. Ebony spleenwort Asplenium ebonium 135xx. Green spleenwort Asplenium viride 139xxi. Scott's spleenwort Asplenium ebenoides 141xxii. Pinnatifid spleenwort Asplenium pinnatifidum 14323. Bradley's spleenwort Asplenium bradleyi 145xv. Virginia chain fern Woodwardia virginica 157xxv. New York fern Aspidium noveboracense 161xxvi. Marsh fern Aspidium thlipteris 163xxae. Spinulus wood fern Aspidium spinulosum, var. Intermedium, 165xxate. Boots shield fern Aspidium bootii 167xx. Crested shield fern Aspidium cristatum 169xxx. Clinton's wood fern Aspidium cristatum, var. Clintonianum 171xxxi. Goldie's fern Aspidium goldianum 173xxi. Evergreen wood fern Aspidium marginale 175xxxii. Fragrant shield fern Aspidium fragrans 179xxv. Bronze holly fern Aspidium aculeatum, var. Brawny 183xxxv. Broad beech fern Phagopteris hexagonoptera 189xxv. Oak fern Phagopteris dryopteris 191xxae. Bulblet bladder fern Cystopteris bulbifera 195xxae. Fragile bladder fern Cystopteris fragilis 197xx. Rusty Woodsia ilvensis 199xl. Blunt lobed Woodsia obtusa 201xli. Northern Woodsia hyperborea 205xlii. Smooth Woodsia glabella 207. List of illustrations. The Cheerful Community of the Polypody from a photograph by Miss Madeline Smith. Frontispiece page. New York Firs v. The greatest charm the ferns possess is that of their surroundings from a photograph by Mr. Augustus Pruin. 12 Fiddleheads 18 Fragile bladder fern 19 Crested shield fern 20 Purple cliff brake 22 Ternate grape fern 24 Evergreen wood fern 27 Sensitive fern 55 Cinnamon fern 60 Royal fern 68 Interrupted fern 74 Climbing fern 75 Rattlesnake fern 80 Slender cliff brake 89 The unpromising wall of rock which rose beside us from a photograph by Miss Ledyard. 94 More compound frond of purple cliff brake 95 Christmas fern 97 Narrow-leaved spleenwort 98 Brake 106 Maidenhair 110 Mountain spleenwort 130 Mountain spleenwort 132 In the shaded crevices of a cliff from a photograph by Miss Madeline Smith. 132 Maidenhair spleenwort 137 Walking leaf 146 We fairly gloated over the quaint little plants from a photograph by Miss Ledyard. 148 Hart's tongue 151 Marsh fern 162 Like the plumes of departing summer from a photograph by Miss Madeline Smith. 178 Common polypody 184 Long Beach fern 187 Oak fern 191 Bulblet bladder fern 194 How to know the ferns New York fern Ferns as a hobby I think it is Charles Lamb who says that every man should have a hobby, if it be nothing better than collecting strings. A man with a hobby turns to account the spare moments. A holiday is a delight instead of a bore to a man with a hobby. Thrown out of his usual occupations on a holiday, the average man is at a loss for employment. Provided his neighbors are in the same fix, he can play cards. But there are hobbies and hobbies. As an occasional relaxation, for example, nothing can be said against card playing. But as a hobby it is not much better than collecting strings. It is neither broadening mentally nor invigorating physically, and it closes the door upon other interests which are both. I remember that once, on a long sea voyage, I envied certain of my fellow passengers who found amusement in cards when the conditions were such as to make almost any other occupation out of the question. But when finally the ship's course lay along a strange coast, winding among unfamiliar islands, by shores luxuriant with tropical vegetation and sprinkled with strange settlements, all affording delight to the eye and interest to the mind, these players who had come abroad solely for instruction and pleasure could not be enticed from their tables, and I thanked my stars that I had not fallen under the stultifying sway of cards. Much the same gratitude is aroused when I see men and women spending precious summer days indoors over the card table when they might be breathing the fragrant, life-giving air, and rejoicing in the beauty and interest of the woods and fields. All things considered, a hobby that takes us out of doors is the best. The different open-air sports may be classed under this head. The chief lack in the artificial sports, such as polo, golf, baseball, etc., as opposed to the natural sports, hunting and fishing, is that while they are invaluable as a means of health and relaxation, they do not lead to other and broader interests, while many a boy hunter has developed into a naturalist as a result of long days in the woods. Hunting and fishing would seem almost perfect recreations were it not for the life-taking element, which may become brutalizing. I wish that every mother who believes in the value of natural sport for her young boys would set her face sternly against any taking of life that cannot be justified on the ground of man's needs, either in the way of protection or support. The ideal hobby, it seems to me, is one that keeps us in the open air among inspiring surroundings, with the knowledge of natural objects as the end in view. The study of plants, of animals, of the earth itself, botany, zoology, or geology, any one of these will answer the varied requirements of an ideal hobby. Potentially they possess all the elements of sport. Often they require not only perseverance and skill but courage and daring. They are a means of health, a relaxation to the mind from ordinary cares, and an absorbing interest. Any one of them may be used as a doorway to the others. If parents realized the value to their children's minds and bodies of a love for plants and animals, of any such hobby as birds or butterflies or trees or flowers, I am sure they would take more pains to encourage the interest which instinctively a child feels in these things. It must be because such realization is lacking that we see parents apparently either too indolent or too ignorant to share the enthusiasm and to satisfy the curiosity awakened in the child's active mind by natural objects. Of course, it is possible that owing to the strange reticence of many children, parents may be unconscious of the existence of any enthusiasm or curiosity of this sort. As a little child I was so eager to know the names of the wild flowers that I went through my grandfather's library, examining book after book on flowers in the vain hope of acquiring the desired information. Always after more or less tedious reading, for I was too young to master tables of contents and introductions, I would discover that the volume under examination was devoted to garden flowers. But I do not remember that it occurred to me to tell anyone what I wanted or to ask for help. Finally I learned that a book on the subject, written for young people, was in existence, and I asked my mother to buy it for me. The request was gratified promptly and I plodded through the preliminary matter of how plants grow to find that I was quite unable to master the key, and that any knowledge of the flowers that could appeal to my child mind was locked away from me as hopelessly as before. Even though my one expressed wish had been so gladly met, I did not confide to others my perplexity, but surrendered sadly a cherished dream. Owing largely, I believe, to the reaction from this disappointment, it was many years before I attempted again to wrestle with a botanical key, or to learn the names of the flowers. How much was lost by yielding too easily to discouragement I not only realize now, but I realized it partially during the long period when the plants were nameless. Among the flowers whose faces were familiar though their names were unknown, I felt that I was not making the most of my opportunities. and when I met plants which were both new and nameless, I was a stranger indeed. In the English woods and along the lovely English rivers, by the rushing torrents and in the alpine meadows of Switzerland, on the mountains of Brazil, I should have felt myself less an alien had I been able then as now to detect the kinship between foreign and North American plants, and to call the strangers by names that were at least partially familiar. To the man or woman who is somewhat at home in the plant world, travel is quite a different thing from what it is to one who does not know a mint from a mustard. The shortest journey to a new locality is full of interest to the traveler who is striving to lengthen his list of plant acquaintances. The tedious waits around the railway station are welcomed as opportunities for fresh discoveries. The slow local train receives blessings instead of anathemas because of the superiority of its windows as posts of observation. The long stage ride is too short to satisfy the plant lover who is keeping count of the different species by the roadside. While crossing the continent on the Canadian Pacific Railway a few years ago, the days spent in traversing the vast plains east of the Rockies were days of keen enjoyment on account of the new plants seen from my window and gathered breathlessly for identification during the brief stops. But to most of my fellow passengers they were days of unmitigated boredom. They could not comprehend the reluctance with which I met each nightfall as an interruption to my watch. When, finally, one cold June morning we climbed the glorious Canadian Rockies and were driven to the hotel at Banff, where we were to rest for 24 hours, the enjoyment of the previous week was crowned by seeing the dining room tables decorated with a flower which I had never succeeded in finding in the woods at home. It was the lovely little orchid, Calypso borealis, a shy, wild creature which had been brought to me from the mountains of Vermont. It seemed almost desecration to force this little aristocrat to consort with the pepper pots and pickles of a hotel dining room. In my eagerness to see Calypso in her forest home I could scarcely wait to eat the breakfast for which a few moments before I had been painfully hungry. Unfortunately the waiters at Banff were proved as ruthless as vandals in other parts of the world. Among the pines that clothed the lower mountainsides I found many plants of Calypso, but only one or two of the delicate blossoms had been left to gladden the eyes of those who love to see a flower in the wild beauty of its natural surroundings. That same eventful day had in store for me another delight as the result of my love for plants. For a long time I had wished to know the shooting star, a flower with whose general appearance from pictures or from descriptions I was familiar. I knew that it grew in this part of the world, but during a careful search of the woods and meadows and of the banks of the rushing streams the only shooting star I discovered was a faded blossom which someone had picked and flung upon the mountain path. Late in the afternoon, having given up the hope of any fresh find, I went for a swim in the warm sulphur pool. While paddling about the clear water, reveling in the beauty of the surroundings and the sheer physical joy of the moment, my eyes fell suddenly on a cluster of pink, cyclamen-like blossoms springing from the opposite rocks. I recognized at once the pretty shooting star. 2 days later, at Glacier, I had another pleasure from the same source in the discovery of great beds of nodding golden lilies, the western species of adder's tongue, growing close to white fields of snow. 10,000 saw I at a glance, tossing their heads in sprightly dance. The enjoyment of the entire trip to the Pacific coast, of the voyage among the islands and glaciers of Alaska, and of the journey home through the Yellowstone and across our western prairies, was increased indescribably by the new plants I learned to know. The pleasure we take in literature, as in travel, is enhanced by a knowledge of nature. Not only are we able better to appreciate writers on nature so original and inspiring as Thoreau, or so charming as John Burroughs, but such nature-loving poets as Wordsworth, Lowell, Bryant, and countless others, mean infinitely more to the man or woman who with a love of poetry combines a knowledge of the plants and birds mentioned in the poems. Books of travel are usually far more interesting if we have some knowledge of botany and zoology. This is also true of biographies which deal with men or women who find either their work or their recreation, and how many men and women who have been powers for good may be counted in one class or the other, in some department of natural science. One fascinating department of nature study, that of ferns, has received but little attention in this country. Within the last few years we have been supplied with excellent and inexpensive handbooks to our birds, butterflies, trees, and flowers. But so far as I know, with the exception of Mr. Williamson's little volume on the ferns of Kentucky, we have no book with sufficient text and illustrations within the reach of the brains and purse of the average fern lover. In England one finds books of all sizes and prices on the English ferns, while our beautiful American ferns are almost unknown, owing probably to the lack of attractive and inexpensive fern literature. Eaton's finely illustrated work on the ferns of North America is entirely out of the question on account of its expense, and the illustrated flora of Britain and Brown is also beyond the reach of the ordinary plant lover. Miss Price's Fern Collector's Handbook is helpful, but it is without descriptive text. Our Native Ferns and Their Allies by Mr. Underwood is exhaustive and authoritative, but it is extremely technical and the different species are not illustrated. Mr. Dodge's pamphlet on the ferns and fern allies of New England is excellent so far as it goes, the descriptions not being so technical as to confuse the beginner. But this also is not illustrated, while Mr. Noble's pamphlet, The Ferns and Evergreens of New England, has clear black and white illustrations of many species, but it has no text of importance. In view of the singular grace and charm of the fern tribe, patent to the most careless observer, this lack of fern literature is surprising. It is possible that Thoreau is right in claiming that we all feel the ferns to be farther from us essentially and sympathetically than the phenogamous plants, the roses and weeds for instance. This may be true in spite of the fact that to some of us the charm of ferns is as great, their beauty more subtle, than that of the flowering plants, and to learn to know them by name, to trace them to their homes, and to observe their habits is attended with an interest as keen, perhaps keener, than that which attends the study of the names, haunts, and habits of the flowers. that ferns possess a peculiar power of blinding their votaries to the actual position they occupy in the minds of people in general seems to me evidenced by the following quotations, taken respectively from Mr. Underwood's and Mr. Williamson's introductions. So competent and coldly scientific an authority as Mr. Underwood opens his book with these words: "In the entire vegetable world there are probably no forms of growth that attract more general notice than the ferns." The lack of fern literature, it seems to me, proves the fallacy of this statement. If ferns had been more generally noticed than other forms of growth in the vegetable world, surely more would have been written on the subject, and occasionally someone besides a botanist would be found who could name correctly more than 3 or 4 of our common wayside ferns. In his introduction to the ferns of Kentucky, Mr. Williamson asks, who would now think of going to the country to spend a few days, or even one day, without first inquiring whether ferns are to be found in the locality? Though for some years I have been interested in ferns and have made many all-day country expeditions with various friends, I do not remember ever to have heard this question asked. Yet that 2 such writers as Mr. Underwood and Mr. Williamson could imagine the existence of a state of things so contrary to fact, goes far to prove the fascination of the study. To the practical mind, one of the great advantages of ferns as a hobby lies in the fact that the number of our native, that is, of our northeastern, ferns is so comparatively small as to make it an easy matter to learn to know by name and to see in their homes perhaps 2/3 of them. On an ordinary walk of an hour or 2 through the fields and woods, the would-be fern student can familiarize himself with anywhere from 10 to 15 of the ferns described in this book. During a summer holiday in an average locality he should learn to know by sight and by name from 25 to 30 ferns, while in a really good neighborhood the enthusiast who is willing to scour the surrounding country from the tops of the highest mountains to the depths of the wildest ravines may hope to extend his list into the 40s. During the past year several lists of the ferns found on a single walk or within a certain radius have been published in the Fern Bulletin, leading to some rivalry between fern students who claim precedence for their pet localities. Mr. Underwood has found 27 species within the immediate vicinity of Green Lake, Onondaga County, NY. And 34 species within a circle whose diameter is not over 3 miles. Mrs. E. H. Terry, on a 2-hour walk near Dorset, VT, did still better. She found 33 species and 4 varieties, while Miss Margaret Slosson has broken the record by finding 39 species and 8 varieties, near Petersford, Rutland County, VT, within a triangle formed by the end of a tamarack swamp, a field less than a mile away, and some limestone cliffs 3 miles from both the field and the end of the swamp. Apart from the interest of extending one's list of fern acquaintances is that of discovering new stations for the rarer species. It was my good fortune last summer to make one of a party which found a previously unknown station for the rare hart's tongue, and I felt the thrill of excitement which attends such an experience. The other day, in looking over Torreis Flora of New York, I noticed the absence of several ferns now known to be natives of this state. When the fern student realizes the possibility which is always before him of finding a new station for a rare fern, and thus adding an item of value to the natural history of the state, he should be stimulated to fresh zeal. Other interesting possibilities are those of discovering a new variety and of chancing upon those forked or crested fronds which appear occasionally in many species. These unusual forms not only possess the charm of rarity and sometimes of intrinsic beauty, but they are interesting because of the light it is believed they may throw on problems of fern ancestry. To this department of fern study, the discovery and development of abnormal forms, much attention is paid in England. In Low's British ferns I find described between 30 and 40 varieties of Polypodium vulgare, while the varieties of Scolopendrium vulgare, our rare hart's tongue, extend into the hundreds. The majority of ferns mature late in the summer, giving the student the advantage of several weeks or months in which to observe their growth. Many of our most interesting flowers bloom and perish before we realize that the spring is really over. There are few flower lovers who have not had the sense of being outwitted by the rush of the season. Every year I make appointments with the different plants to visit them at their flowering time, and nearly every year I miss some such appointments through failure to appreciate the short lives of these fragile blossoms. A few of the ferns share the early habits common to so many flowers. But usually we can hope to find them in their prime when most of the flowers have disappeared. The greatest charm the ferns possess is that of their surroundings. The greatest charm the ferns possess is that of their surroundings. To me the greatest charm the ferns possess is that of their surroundings. No other plants know so well how to choose their haunts. If you wish to know the ferns you must follow them to nature's most sacred retreats. In remote, tangled swamps, overhanging the swift, noiseless brook in the heart of the forest, close to the rush of the foaming waterfall, in the depths of some dark ravine, or perhaps high up on mountain ledges, where the air is purer and the world wider and life more beautiful than we had fancied, these wild, graceful things are most at home. You will never learn to know the ferns if you expect to make their acquaintance from a carriage, along the highway, or in the interval between two meals. For their sakes you must renounce indolent habits. You must be willing to tramp tirelessly through woods and across fields, to climb mountains and to scramble down gorges. You must be content with what luncheon you can carry in your pocket. And let me tell you this. When at last you fling yourself upon some bed of springing moss, and add to your sandwich cresses fresh and dripping from the neighboring brook, you will eat your simple meal with a relish that never attends the most elaborate luncheon within four walls. And when later you surrender yourself to the delicious sense of fatigue and drowsy relaxation which steals over you, mind and body, listening half unconsciously to the plaintive, long-drawn notes of the woodbirds and the sharp sing of the locusts, breathing the mingled fragrance of the mint at your feet and the pines and hemlocks overhead, you will wonder vaguely why on summer days you ever drive along the dusty highroad or eat indoors or do any of the flavorless conventional things that consume so large a portion of our lives. Of course, what is true of other outdoor studies is true of the study of ferns. Constantly your curiosity is aroused by some bird note, some tree, some gorgeously colored butterfly, and, in the case of ferns especially, by some outcropping rock, which make you eager to follow up other branches of nature study, and to know by name each tree and bird and butterfly and rock you meet. The immediate result of these long happy days is that golden doze of mind which follows upon much exercise in the open air, the ecstatic stupor which Stevenson supposes to be the nearly chronic condition of open-air laborers. Surely there is no such preventive of insomnia, no such cure for nervousness or morbid introspection as an absorbing outdoor interest. Body and mind alike are invigorated to a degree that cannot be appreciated by one who has not experienced the life-giving power of some such close and loving contact with nature. When and where to find ferns, it is no use to direct our steps to the woods if they do not carry us thither. I am alarmed when it happens that I have walked a mile into the woods bodily, without getting there in spirit. Though when and where to find ferns, it is in early spring that one likes to take up for the first time an outdoor study. But if you begin your search for ferns in March, when the woods are yielding a few timid blossoms, and the air, still pungent with a suggestion of winter, vibrates to the lisping notes of newly arrived birds, you will hardly be rewarded by finding any but the evergreen species, and even these are not likely to be especially conspicuous at this season. Usually it is the latter part of April before the pioneers among the ferns, the great osmundas, push up the big, woolly croziers, or fiddleheads, which will soon develop into the most luxuriant and tropical-looking plants of our low wet woods and roadsides. At about the same time, down among last year's Christmas ferns, you find the rolled-up fronds of this year, covered with brown or whitish scales. And now every day for many weeks will appear fresh batches of young ferns. Someone has said that there is nothing more aggressively newborn than a young fern, and this thought will recur constantly as you chance upon the little wrinkled crozier-like fronds, whether they are bundled up in wrappings of soft wool or protected by a garment of overlapping scales, or whether, like many of the later arrivals, they come into the world as naked and puny as a human baby. Fiddleheads once uncurled, the ferns lose quickly this look of infancy, and embody, quite as effectively, even the hardiest and coarsest among them, the slender grace of youth. Early in May we find the osmundas in this stage of their development. The royal fern, smooth and delicate, is now flushing the wet meadows with its tender red. In the open woods and along the roadside the interrupted and the cinnamon ferns wear a green equally delicate. These three plants soon reach maturity and are conspicuous by reason of their unusual size and their flower-like fruit clusters. On the rocky banks of the brook, or perhaps among the spreading roots of some forest tree, the fragile bladder fern unrolls its tremulous little fronds, on which the fruit dots soon appear. Where there is less moisture and more exposure we may find the rusty woodsia, now belying its name by its silvery aspect. At this same season in the bogs and thickets we should look for the curious little adder's tongue. Fragile bladder fern. Fragile bladder fern. By the 1st of June many of the ferns are well advanced. On the hillsides and along the wood path the brake spreads its single umbrella-like frond, now pale green and delicate, quite unlike the umbrageous-looking plant of a month later. Withdrawing into the recesses formed by the pasture rails, the lady fern is in its first freshness, without any sign of the disfigurements it develops so often by the close of the summer. Great patches of yellowish-green in the wet meadows draw attention to the sensitive fern, which only at this season seems to have any claim to its title. The Virginia chain fern is another plant to be looked for in the wet June meadows. It is one of the few ferns which grows occasionally in deep water. The maidenhair, though immature, is lovely in its fragility. Thoreau met with it on the 13th of June and describes it in his diary for that day. The delicate maidenhair fern forms a cup or dish, very delicate and graceful. Beautiful, too, its glossy black stem and its wave-edged, fruited leaflets. In the crevices of lofty cliffs the mountain spleenwort approaches maturity. And now we should search the moist, mossy crannies of the rocks for the slender cliff break, for in some localities this plant disappears early in the summer. Crested shield fern. Crested shield fern. We may hope to find most of the ferns in full foliage, if not in fruit, by the middle of July. Dark green, tall and vigorous stand the brakes. The crested shield fern is fruiting in the swamps, and in the deeper woods Clinton's and Goldie's ferns are in full fruitage. Magnificent vase-like clusters of the ostrich fern spread above our heads in the thicket along the river shore. The spinulous shield fern and the evergreen wood fern meet us at every turn of the shaded path beside the brook, and on the rocky wooded hillside the Christmas fern is almost as abundant. Where the stream plunges from above, the bulblet bladder fern drapes the steep banks with its long feathery fronds. In the wet meadows and thickets the New York fern and the marsh shield fern are noticeable on account of their light green color and delicate texture. On mountain ledges we look for the little woodseers, and in rocky places, often in the shadow of red cedars, for the slim erect fronds of the ebony spleenwort. Possibly it will be our good fortune to discover the blue-green foliage of the purple cliff break springing from the crevices of some dry limestone cliff. Almost surely, if we search the moist, shaded rocks and ravines in the neighborhood, we shall greet with unfailing pleasure the lovely little maidenhair spleenwort. In somewhat southern localities the tapering, yellow-green fronds of the Dicksonia or hay-scented fern are even more abundant and conspicuous than the darker foliage of the spinulous shield fern. They abound along the roadsides and in partially shaded or open pastures, the spores ripening not earlier than August. In the same month we find in full maturity 3 interesting wood ferns, all belonging to the same group. The first of these is the Long Beach fern. It is abundant in many of our northern woods and on the rocky banks of streams. Its shape is noticeably triangular, the triangle being longer than broad. Its texture is rather soft and downy. The lowest pair of pinnae stand forward and are conspicuously deflexed, giving an easy clue to the plant's identity. Purple cliff brake. The most attractive member of the group to my mind is the oak fern. I find it growing abundantly in the cedar swamps and wetwoods of somewhat northern localities. Its delicate, spreading, three-branched frond suggests that of a young brake. This plant is peculiarly dainty in the early summer, as frequently later in the year it becomes blotched and disfigured. The broad beech fern seeks drier neighborhoods, and often a more southern locality than its two kinsmen. Its triangular fronds, broader than they are long, are conspicuous on account of the unusual size of the lowest pair of pinnae. A common plant in the rich August woods is the Virginia grape fern, with its spreading leaf and branching fruit cluster. The rather coarsely cut fronds of the silvery spleenwort are also frequently met with in the same neighborhood. Occasionally in their companionship we find the delicate and attractive narrow-leaved spleenwort. August is the month that should be chosen for expeditions in search of some of our rarest ferns. In certain wild ravines of central New York, at the foot of shaded limestone cliffs, the glossy leaves of the hart's tongue are actually weighed down by the brown, velvety rows of sporangia which emboss their lower surfaces. Over the rocks nearby, the quaint, though less unusual, walking leaf runs riot. Perhaps in the crevices of the overhanging cliff the little rue spleenwort has secured a foothold for its tiny fronds, their backs nearly covered with confluent fruit dots. On the mountain ledges of northern New England we should look for the green spleenwort, and for the fragrant shield fern. Along rocky mountain streams bronze holly fern may be found. In wet woods, usually near the coast, the net-veined chain fern is occasionally conspicuous. More southern localities must be visited if we wish to see in its home the hairy lip fern, whose most northern stations were on the Hudson River, for I do not know if this plant can be found there at present, and such rare spleenworts as the pinnatifid, Scots and Bradleys. Ternate grape fern. In September the fruit clusters of the little curly grass ripen in the low pine barrens of New Jersey. Over moist thickets, in rarely favored retreats from Massachusetts southward, clamber the slender strands of the climbing fern. Thoreau's diary of the 26th of September evidently refers to this plant. The tree fern is in fruit now, with its delicate, tendril-like fruit, climbing 3 or 4 feet over the asters, goldenrod, etc., on the edge of the swamp. In moist places now we find the triangular much dissected leaf and branching fruit cluster of the ternate grape fern. When October sets in, many of the ferns take their color note from the surroundings. Vying with the maples along the roadside, the osmundas wear deep orange. Many of the fronds of the Dicksonia are bleached almost white, while others look fresh and green despite their delicate texture. On the 4th of October Thoreau writes of this plant, "How interesting now, by wall sides and on open springy hillsides, the large straggling tufts of the Dicksonia fern above the leaf-strewn green sward, the cold, fall green sward. They are unusually preserved about the corner spring, considering the earliness of this year. Long, handsome, lanceolate green fronds pointing in every direction, recurved and full of fruit, intermixed with yellowish and sere brown and shriveled ones, the whole clump perchance strewn with fallen and withered maple leaves, and overtopped by now withered and unnoticed osmundas. Their lingering greenness is so much the more noticeable now that the leaves generally have changed. They affect us as if they were evergreen, such persistent life and greenness in the midst of decay. No matter how much they are strewn with withered leaves, moist and green they spire above them, not fearing the frosts, fragile as they are. Their greenness is so much the more interesting, because so many have already fallen, and we know that the first severe frost will cut off them too. In the summer greenness is cheap, now it is a thing comparatively rare, and is the emblem of life to us. Oddly enough, with the first approach of winter the vigorous-looking brake turns brown and quickly withers, usually without passing through any intermediate gradations of yellow. In November we notice chiefly the evergreen ferns. The great round fruit dots of the polypody show distinctly through the fronds as they stand erect in the sunlight. A sober green, looking as though it were warranted fast, is the winter dress of the evergreen wood fern. The Christmas fern, bright and glossy, reminds one that the holiday season is not distant. These three plants are especially conspicuous in our late autumn woods. Their brave and cheerful endurance is always a delight. Later in the season the curled pinnae of the polypody seem to be making the best of cold weather. The fronds of the Christmas fern and the evergreen wood fern, still fresh and green, lie prostrate on the ground, their weakened stems apparently unable to support them erect, but undoubtedly in this position they are the better protected from the storm and stress of winter. Many other ferns are more or less evergreen, but perhaps none are so important to our fall rambles as this sturdy group. Several of the rock spleenworts are evergreen, but their ordinarily diminutive stature dwindles with the increasing cold, and we seldom encounter them on our winter walks. The sterile fronds of a number of the shield ferns endure till spring. The purple cliff brake and the walking leaf are also proof against ice and snow. Even in the middle of January the keen-eyed fern hunter may hope to make some discovery of interest regarding the haunts and habits of his favorites. Evergreen wood fern explanation of terms. A fern is a flowerless plant growing from a rootstock, with leaves or fronds usually raised on a stalk, rolled up, in the bud, and bearing on their lower surfaces, the spores, by means of which the plant reproduces. Polypody. A rootstock is an underground, rooting stem. Ferns are propagated by the growth and budding of the rootstock as well as by the ordinary method of reproduction. The fronds spring from the rootstock in the manner peculiar to the species to which they belong. The osmundas, the evergreen wood fern, and others grow in a crown or circle, the younger fronds always inside. The mountain spleenwort is one of a class which has irregularly clustered fronds. The fronds of the brake are more or less solitary, rising from distinct and somewhat distant portions of the rootstock. The batrachiums usually give birth to a single frond each season, the base of the stalk containing the bud for the succeeding year. Fig. 1. Fig. 2. Fig. 3 fig. 1 fig. 2 fig. 3 frond is simple when it consists of an undivided leaf such as that of the hart's tongue or of the walking leaf, fig 1. A frond is pinnatifid when cut so as to form lobes extending halfway or more to the midvein, fig 2. A frond is one spinnet when the incisions extend to the midvein, fig 3. Under these conditions the midvein is called the rachis, A, and the divisions are called the pinnae, B. A frond is twispinnet when the pinnae are cut into divisions which extend to their midveins, fig 4. These divisions of the pinnae are called pinnules, A. Fig. 4 fig. 4 fig. 5 fig. 5 fig. 6 fig. 6 frond that is only one spinnet may seem at first glance twispinnet, as its pinnae may be so deeply lobed or pinnatifid as to require a close examination to convince us that the lobes come short of the midvein of the pinnae. In a popular handbook it is not thought necessary to explain further modifications. The veins of a fern are free when, branching from the midvein, they do not unite with other veins, fig 5. Ferns produce spores, fig 6, instead of seeds. These spores are collected in spore cases or sporangia, fig 7. Usually the sporangia are clustered in dots or lines on the back of a frond or along its margins. These patches of sporangia are called sori or fruit dots. They take various shapes in the different species. They may be round or linear or oblong or kidney-shaped or curved. At times they are naked, but more frequently they are covered by a minute outgrowth of the frond or by its reflexed margin. This covering is called the indusium. In systematic botanies the indusia play an important part in determining genera. But as often they are so minute as to be almost invisible to the naked eye, and, as frequently they wither away early in the season, I place little dependence upon them as a means of popular identification. A fertile frond is one which bears spores. A sterile frond is one without spores. Fig. 7 fig. 7 footnote, Ophioglossum and the Batriciums, not being true ferns, are exceptions. Fertilization, development, and fructification of ferns. Until very recently the development of ferns, their methods of fertilization and fructification have been shrouded in mystery. At one period it was believed that fern seed, as the fern spores were called, possessed various miraculous powers. These were touched upon frequently by the early poets. In Shakespeare's Henry IV, Gadshill exclaims, "We have the receipt of fern seed, we walk invisible." He is met with the rejoinder, "Nay, I think rather you are more beholden to the night than to fern seed, for you're walking invisible." One of Ben Jonson's characters expresses the same idea in much the same words, "I had no medicine, sir, to walk invisible, no fern seed in my pocket." In Butler's Hudibras reference is made to the anxieties we needlessly create for ourselves, that spring-like fern, that infant weed, equivocally without seed, and have no possible foundation but merely in imagination. In view of the fact that many ferns bear their spores or fern seeds somewhat conspicuously on the lower surfaces of their fronds, it seems probable that the fern of early writers was our common brake, the fructification of which is more than usually obscure, its sporangia or fern seed being concealed till full maturity by the reflexed margin of its frond. This plant is, perhaps, the most abundant and conspicuous of English ferns. Miss Pratt believes it to be the fern of the Anglo-Saxons, and says that to its profusion in their neighbourhood many towns and hamlets, such as Farnborough or Farnborough, Farningham, Farnhow, and others owe their titles. The plant is a noticeable and common one also on the continent. Fig. 8 Fig. 8 In 1848 the development of the fern was first satisfactorily explained. It was then shown that these plants pass through what has been called, not altogether happily the modern botanist thinks, an alternation of generations. One generation the sexual consists of a tiny, green, plate-like object, termed the prothallum, Fig 8. This is connected with the soil by hair-like roots. On its lower surface are borne usually both the reproductive organs of the fern, the anthoidea, corresponding to the stamens or fertilizing organs of the flower, and the archegonia, performing the office of the flower's pistils, inasmuch as their germ cells receive the fertilizing substance produced by the anthoidea. But no seeds are formed as the result of this fertilization. Instead of this seed formation which we note in the flowering plant, the germ cell in the fern develops into a fern plant, which forms the asexual generation. Fig. 9, Fig. 10, Fig. 11 Fig. 9, Fig. 10, Fig. 11 First fronds of maidenhair. The first fronds of this little plant are very small and simple, quite unlike the later ones. For a time the plant is nourished by the prothallum, but as soon as it is sufficiently developed and vigorous enough to shift for itself, the prothallum dies away, and the fern maintains an independent existence. Eventually it produces fronds which bear on their lower surfaces the sporangia containing the minute spores from which spring the prothallia. For our present purpose it is enough to say that spores differ from seeds in that they are not the immediate result of the interaction of reproductive organs. They resemble seeds in that they are expelled from the parent plant on attaining maturity, and germinate on contact with the moist earth. Thus it is seen that the life cycle of a fern consists of two stages. First, the prothallum, bearing the reproductive organs. Second, the fern plant proper, developing the spores which produce the prothallum. Along the moist, shaded banks of the wood road, or on decaying stumps, keen eyes will discern frequently the tiny green prothallia, although they are somewhat difficult to find except in the greenhouse where one can see them in abundance either in the boxes used for growing the young plants, or on the moist surfaces of flower pots, where the spores have fallen accidentally and have germinated. As the fertilization of the germ cell in the archegonium cannot take place except under water, perhaps the fact is accounted for that ferns are found chiefly in moist places. This water may be only a sufficient amount of rain or dew to permit the antherozoids or fertilizing cells of the anthoidium to swim to the archegonium, which they enter for the purpose of fertilizing the germ cell. It is interesting to examine with a good magnifying glass the sporangia borne on the lower surface of a mature fertile frond. In many species each sporangium or spore case is surrounded with an elastic ring, which at maturity contracts so suddenly as to rupture the spore case, and cause the expulsion of the numberless spores. Fig. 7. Notable fern families: Osmunda, flowering ferns, tall swamp ferns, growing in large crowns, with the fertile fronds or portions conspicuously unlike the sterile, sporangia opening by a longitudinal cleft into two valves. Onaclee coarse ferns, with the fertile fronds rolled up into necklace-like or berry-like segments, and entirely unlike the broad, pinnatifid sterile ones. Fertile fronds unrolling at maturity, allowing the spores to escape, and remaining long after the sterile fronds have perished, sporangia stalked, ringed, bursting transversely. Woodsia small or medium-sized ferns, growing among rocks, with 1 to 2 pinnate or pinnatifid fronds and round fruit dots, indusium thin and often evanescent, attached by its base under the sporangia, either small and open, or else early bursting at the top into irregular pieces or lobes, sporangia stalked, ringed, bursting transversely. Cystopteris, bladder ferns, delicate rock or wood ferns, with 2 to 3 pinnate fronds and round fruit dots, indusium hood-like, attached by a broad base to the inner side, soon thrown back or withering away, sporangia as above. Aspidium, shield ferns, ferns with 1 to 3 pinnate fronds and round fruit dots, indusium more or less flat, fixed by its depressed center, sporangia as above. Phagopteris, beech ferns, medium-sized or small ferns, with 2 to 3 pinnatifid alternate leaves, and small, round, uncovered fruit dots, sporangia as above. Woodwardia, chain ferns, large and rather coarse ferns of swamps or wet woods, fronds pinnate or nearly twice pinnate, fruit dots oblong or linear, sunk in cavities of the leaf and arranged in chain-like rows, indusium lid-like, somewhat leathery, fixed by its outer margin to a veinlet, veins more or less reticulated, sporangia as above. Asplenium, spleenworts, large or small ferns, with varying fronds and linear or oblong fruit dots, indusium straight or curved, sporangia as above. Pellia, cliff breaks, small or medium-sized rock ferns, with pinnate fronds and sporangia borne beneath the reflexed margins of the pinnae, sporangia as above. Bartrichium, moonworts, belonging to the fern allies, fleshy plants, with fronds, usually solitary, divided into a sterile and a fertile portion, the bud for the succeeding year embedded in the base of the stem. How to use the book before attempting to identify the ferns by means of the following guide. It would be well to turn to the explanation of terms, and with as many species as you can conveniently collect, on the table before you, to master the few necessary technical terms, that you may be able to distinguish a frond that is pinnatifid from one that is pinnate, a pinna from a pinnule, a fertile from a sterile frond. You should bear in mind that in some species the fertile fronds are so unleaf-like in appearance that to the uninitiated they do not suggest fronds at all. The fertile fronds of the Onocles, for example, are so contracted as to conceal any resemblance to the sterile ones. They appear to be mere clusters of fruit. The fertile fronds of the cinnamon fern are equally unleaf-like, as are the fertile portions of the other osmundas and of several other species. In your rambles through the fields and woods your eyes will soon learn to detect hitherto unnoticed species. In gathering specimens you will take heed to break off the fern as near the ground as possible, and you will not be satisfied till you have secured both a fertile and a sterile frond. In carrying them home you will remember the necessity of keeping together the fronds which belong to the same plant. When sorting your finds you will group them according to the guide. The broad-leaved sensitive fern, with its separate, dark green fruit cluster, makes its way necessarily to group I. To group 2 goes your pale-fronded royal fern, tipped with brown sporangia. As a matter of course you lay in group 3 the leaf-like but dissimilar sterile and fertile fronds of the slender cliff brake. The spreading brake, its reflexed margin covering the sporangia, identifies itself with group 4. The oblong fruit dots of the little mountain spleenwort carry it to group V, while the round ones, like pinheads, of the evergreen wood fern announce it a member of group 6. The different ferns sorted, it will be a simple matter to run quickly through the brief descriptions under the different groups till you are referred to the descriptions in the body of the book of the species under investigation. Guide for the purpose of identification. The ferns described are arranged in 6 groups, according to their manner of fruiting. Group I, sterile and fertile fronds totally unlike, fertile fronds not leaf-like in appearance. 1. Sensitive fern Onocles sensibilis, sterile fronds usually large, broadly triangular, deeply pinnatifid. Fertile fronds much contracted, with berry-like pinnules. In wet meadows. P. 54. 2. Ostrich fern Onocles struthiopteris large. Sterile fronds 1. Spinnet, pinnae pinnatifid. Fertile fronds contracted, with necklace-like pinnae. Along streams and in moist woods. P. 56. 3. Cinnamon fern Osmunda cinnamomea large. Sterile fronds 1. Spinnet, pinnae pinnatifid. Fertile fronds composed of cinnamon brown fruit clusters. In wet places. P. 60. 4. Curly grass Schizia pusilla very small. Sterile fronds linear, grass-like. Fertile fronds taller, with a terminal fruit cluster. In pine barrens of New Jersey. P. 63. Group 2. Fertile fronds partially leaf-like, the fertile portion unlike the rest of the frond. The species coming under the genera Batricium and Ophioglossum may appear to belong to group I, as the fertile and the sterile portions of their fronds may seem to the uninitiated like separate fronds, but in reality they belong to the one frond. 5. Royal fern Osmunda regalis large. Sterile fronds twice spinnet, pinnules oblong. Fertile fronds leaf-like below, sporangia in clusters at their summits. In wet places. P67. 6 interrupted fern Osmunda claytoniana large. Sterile fronds 1 spinnet, pinnatifid. Fertile fronds leaf-like above and below, contracted in the middle with brown fruit clusters. In wet places. P72. 7 climbing fern Lygodium palmatum climbing, with lobed, palmate pinnae and terminal fruit clusters. Moist thickets and open woods. Rare. P75. 8 adders tongue Ophia glossum vulgatum small. Sterile portion an ovate leaf. Fertile portion a slender spike. In moist meadows. P77. 9 rattlesnake fern Batricium virginianum rather large. Sterile portion a thin, spreading, ternately divided leaf with 3 primary divisions, 1 to 2 pinnet. Fertile portion a branching fruit cluster. In rich woods. P80. 10 ternate grape fern Batricium ternatum or dissectum of varying size, very fleshy. Sterile portion a broadly triangular, ternate, finely dissected leaf, long-stalked from near the base of the stem. Fertile portion a branching fruit cluster. In moist meadows. P81. 11 little grape fern Batricium simplex a very small fleshy plant. Sterile portion an oblong leaf more or less lobed. Fertile portion a simple or slightly branching spike. In moist woods and in fields. P82. 12 moonwort Batricium lunaria usually small, very fleshy. Sterile portion divided into several fan-shaped lobes. Fertile portion a branching fruit cluster. Mostly in fields. P84. 13 matricary grape fern Batricium matricariephylium small, more or less fleshy. Sterile portion ovate or oblong, once or twice pinnatifid. Fertile portion a branching fruit cluster. In grassy woods and wet meadows. P86. 14 lance-leaved grape fern Batricium lanceolatum small, scarcely fleshy. Sterile portion triangular, twice pinnatifid. Fertile portion a branching fruit cluster. In woods and meadows. P86. Group 3 fertile fronds uniformly somewhat leaf-like in appearance, yet differing noticeably from sterile fronds 15. Slender cliff brake Pellia gracilis a small fern, 1 to 3 pinnet. Very delicate. Fertile fronds taller, more contracted and simpler than the sterile, sporangia bordering the pinnae. Usually on sheltered rocks, preferring limestone. P87. 16 purple cliff brake Pellia atropapuria medium-sized, 1 to 2 pinnet, leathery. Fertile fronds taller and more contracted than the sterile, sporangia bordering the pinnae. Usually on exposed rocks, preferring limestone. P90. 17 Christmas fern Aspidium acrostichoides rather large, smooth and glossy, 1 spinnet. Fertile fronds contracted at the summit where the fruit appears. In rocky woods. P96. 18 narrow-leaved spleen Vertisplenium angustifolium tall and delicate, 1 spinnet. Fertile fronds taller and narrower than the sterile. In moist woods in late summer. P98. 19 net-veined chain fern Woodwardia angustifolia large, fronds deeply pinnatifid, the fertile taller and more contracted than the sterile. In wet woods near the coast. P102. Group 4 fertile and sterile fronds leaf-like and similar, sporangia on or beneath a reflexed portion of the margin. The first clause bars out P. gracilis and P. atropapuria, which otherwise would belong to Group 4 as well as to Group 3. 20 Bracteris aquilina large and coarse, frond 3 branched, spreading, each branch 2 pinnet, sporangia in a continuous line beneath the reflexed margin of the frond. In dry, somewhat open places. P105. 21 Maidenhair diantum peditum graceful and delicate, frond forked at the summit of the stem, 2 pinnet, the pinnae springing from the upper sides of the branches, pinnules one-sided, their upper margins lobed, bearing on their undersides the short fruit dots. In rich woods. P108. 22 Hairy lip fern Schielanthus vestita rather small, fronds 2 pinnet, hairy, fruit dots covered by the infolded ends of the rounded or oblong lobes. On rocks. P112. 23 hay-scented fern Dixonia pilosecula rather large, pale, delicate and sweet-scented, fronds usually 2 pinnet, fruit dots small, each on a recurved toothlet of the pinnule, borne on an elevated, globular receptacle. In moist thickets and in upland pastures. P114. Group V fertile and sterile fronds leaf-like and similar, sporangia in linear or oblong fruit dots 24. Lady Furnasplenium filix foemina rather large, fronds 2 pinnet, fruit dots curved, often horseshoe-shaped, finally confluent. In moist woods and along roadsides. P120. 25 Silvery spleen Vertisplenium thliptroids large, fronds 1 spinnet, pinnae deeply pinnatifid, lobes oblong and obtuse, fruit dots oblong, silvery when young. In rich woods. P124. 26 Ruspleen Vertisplenium rutamuraria very small, fronds loosely 2 to 3 pinnet at base, pinnatifid above, fruit dots linear oblong, confluent when mature. On limestone cliffs. Rare. P126. 27 Mountain spleen Vertisplenium montanum small, fronds 1 to 2 pinnet, fruit dots linear oblong, often confluent. On rocks. P130. 28 Ebony spleen Vertisplenium ebeneum fronds slender and erect, 1 spinnet, pinnaeed on the upper or on both sides. Stalk and rachis blackish and shining, fruit dots oblong. On rocks and hillsides. P134. 29 Maidenhair spleen Vertisplenium trichomanes small, frons 1 spinnet, pinny roundish, stalk and rachis purplish brown and shining, fruit dots short. In crevices of rocks. P 136. 30 Green spleen Vertisplenium viride small, frons linear, 1 spinnet, brownish stalk passing into a green rachis. On shaded cliffs northward. P 138. 31 Scott spleen Vertisplenium ebenoids small, frons pinnate below, pinnatifid above, apex slender and prolonged, stalk and rachis blackish, fruit dots straight or slightly curved. On limestone. Very rare. P 140. 32 Pinnatifid spleen Vertisplenium pinnatifidum small, frons pinnatifid, or the lower part pinnate, tapering above into a slender prolongation, stalk blackish, passing into a green rachis, fruit dots straight or slightly curved. On rocks. Rare. P 142. 33 Bradley's spleen Vertisplenium braidlii small, 1 spinnet, pinny lobed or toothed, stalk and rachis chestnut brown, fruit dots short. On rocks, preferring limestone. Very rare. P 144. 34 Walking fern Camptosaurus rhizophilus small, frons undivided, heart-shaped at the base or sometimes with prolonged basal ears, tapering above to a prolonged point which roots, forming a new plant, fruit dots oblong or linear, irregularly scattered. On shaded rocks, preferring limestone. P 146. 35 Hart's tongue Scalopendrium vulgare frons a few inches to nearly 2 feet long, undivided, oblong lanceolate, heart-shaped at base, fruit dots linear, elongated. Growing among the fragments of limestone cliffs. Very rare. P 150. 36 Virginia chain fern Woodwardia virginica large, frons 1 spinnet, pinny pinnatifid, fruit dots oblong, in chain-like rows parallel and near to the midrib, confluent when ripe. In swamps. P 156. Group 6 Fertile and sterile frons leaf-like and usually similar, fruit dots round 37. New York fern Aspidium noveboracense usually rather tall, frons 1 spinnet, with deeply pinnatifid pinny, tapering both ways from the middle, margins of fertile fronds not revolute. In woods and open meadows. P 159. 38 Marsh fern Aspidium thlipteris usually rather tall, frons 1 spinnet, with pinny deeply pinnatifid, scarcely narrower at the base than at the middle, veins forked, fertile fronds noticeable from their strongly revolute margins. In wet woods and open swamps. P 160. 39 Massachusetts fern Aspidium simulatum close to preceding species, rather tall, frons 1 spinnet, with pinnatifid pinny little or not at all narrowed at base, veins not forked, margin of fertile frond slightly revolute. In wooded swamps. P 164. Christmas fern Aspidium acrostichoides, see number 17, 40. Spinulus wood fern Aspidium spinulosum var. Intermedium very common, usually but not always large, fronds oblong ovate, 2 to 3 pinnate, lowest pinnae unequally triangular ovate, lobes of pinnae thorny-toothed. Inwards everywhere. P 166. 41 Boots shield fern Aspidium bootii from 1½ to more than 3 feet high. Sterile fronds smaller and simpler than the fertile, nearly or quite twice pinnate, the lowest pinnae triangular ovate, upper longer and narrower, pinnules oblong ovate, sharply thorny-toothed. In moist woods. P 168. 42 Crested shield fern Aspidium cristatum usually rather large, fronds linear oblong or lanceolate, once pinnate with pinnatifid pinnae, linear oblong, fruit dots between midvein and margin. In swamps. P 170. 43 Clinton's wood fern Aspidium cristatum, var. Clintonianum in every way larger than preceding species, fronds usually twice pinnate, pinnae broadest at base, fruit dots near the midvein. In swampy woods. P 172. 44 Goldie's fern Aspidium goldianum large, fronds broadly ovate or the fertile ovate oblong, once pinnate with pinnatifid pinnae, pinnae broadest in the middle, fruit dots very near the midvein. In rich woods. P 174. 45 Evergreen wood fern Aspidium marginale very common, usually rather large, smooth, somewhat leathery, fronds ovate oblong, 1 to 2 pinnate, fruit dots large, distinct, close to the margin. In rocky woods. P 176. 46 Fragrant shield fern Aspidium fragrans small, fragrant, fronds once pinnate, with pinnatifid pinnae, stalk and rachis chaffy, fruit dots large. On rocks northward, especially near waterfalls. P 178. 47 Brawns holly fern Aspidium aculeatum var. Brawny rather large, fronds oblong lanceolate, twice pinnate, pinnules sharply toothed, covered with long, soft hairs, fruit dots small. In deep, rocky woods. P 182. 48 Common polypody Polypodium vulgara usually small, fronds somewhat leathery, narrowly oblong, fruit dots large, round, uncovered, halfway between midvein and margin. On rocks. P 184. Hay-scented fern Dixonia pilosucula, see number 23, 49. Long beach fern Phagopteris polypodioids medium-sized, fronds downy, triangular, longer than broad, once pinnate, pinnae pinnatifid, lowest pair deflexed and standing forward. In moist woods and on the banks of streams. P 187. 50 Broad beach fern Phagopteris hexagonoptera larger than the preceding species, fronds triangular, as broad or broader than long, once pinnate, pinnae pinnatifid, lowest pair very large, basal segments of pinnae forming a continuous, many-angled wing along the rachis. In dry woods and on hillsides. p. 188. 51 Oak fern Phagopteris dryopteris medium-sized, fronds thin and delicate, broadly triangular, spreading, ternate, the 3 divisions stalked, each division pinnate, pinnatifid. In moist woods. p. 190. 52 Bulblet bladder fern Cystopteris bulbifera fronds delicate, elongated, tapering above from a broad base, 2 to 3 pinnate or pinnatifid, bearing fleshy bulblets beneath. On wet rocks, preferring limestone. p. 194. 53 Common bladder fern Cystopteris fragilis medium-sized, fronds thin, oblong lanceolate, 2 to 3 pinnate or pinnatifid. On rocks and in moist woods. p. 198. 54 Rusty Woodsia ilvensis small, more or less covered with rusty hairs, fronds lanceolate, 1 spinnate, pinnatifid. On exposed rocks. p. 200. 55 Blunt-lobed Woodsia obtusa small, slightly downy, fronds broadly lanceolate, nearly twispinnate. On rocks. p. 202. 56 Northern Woodsia hyperborea very small, smooth or nearly so, fronds narrowly oblong lanceolate, 1 spinnate, pinnicordate ovate or triangular ovate, 5 to 7 lobed. On moist rocks. p. 203. 57 Smooth Woodsia glabella very small, smooth throughout and delicate, fronds linear, 1 spinnate, pinny roundish ovate, lobed. On moist rocks. p. 206. Fern descriptions Nature made a fern for pure leaves. Thorio group I sterile and fertile fronds totally unlike, fertile fronds not leaf-like in appearance 1. Sensitive fern Onacles sensibilis Newfoundland to Florida, in wet meadows. Sterile fronds. 1 or 2 inches to 3 feet high, broadly triangular, deeply cut into somewhat oblong, wavy-toothed divisions, the lower ones almost reaching the midrib, the upper ones less deeply cut, stalk long. Fertile fronds. Quite unlike the sterile fronds and shorter, erect, rigid, contracted, pinnules rolled up into dark green, berry-like bodies which hold the spore cases, appearing in June or July. This is one of our commonest ferns, growing in masses along the roadside and in wet meadows. Perfectly formed sterile fronds are found of the tiniest dimensions. Again, the plant holds its own among the largest and most effective ferns. From its creeping rootstock rise the scattered fronds which at times wear very light and delicate shades of green. There is nothing, however, specially fragile in the plant's appearance, and one is struck by the inappropriateness of its title. It is probable that this arose from its sensitiveness to early frosts. Sensitive fern, though one hesitates to differ from Dr. Eaton, who described the fertile fronds as nearly black in color and said that they were not very common and that a young botanist might search in vain for them for a long time. My own experience has been that the fresh ones are very evidently green and neither scarce nor specially inconspicuous. I have found these fertile fronds apparently full-grown in June, though usually they are assigned to a much later date. They remain standing, brown and dry, long after they have sown their spores, side by side with the fresh fronds of the following summer. Detailer in Plate I represents the so-called va. obtusulobata. This is a form midway between the fruiting and the non-fruiting fronds. It may be looked for in situations where the fern has suffered some injury or deprivation. Sensitive fern Plate I. Sensitive fern A. va. obtusulobata 2. Ostrich fern Onocles Struthiopteris Nova Scotia to New Jersey, along streams and in moist woods. Growing in a crown, 2 to 10 feet high. Sterile fronds. Broadly lance-shaped, one spinnet, pinnae divided into narrowly oblong segments which do not reach the midvein, stalk short, deeply channeled in front. Fertile fronds. Quite unlike the sterile fronds, growing in the center of the crown formed by the sterile fronds, shorter, erect, rigid, with green, necklace-like pinnae which hold the spore cases, appearing in July. I first found this plant at its best on the shore of the Hoosic River in Rensselaer County, NY. We had crossed a field dotted with fragrant heaps of hay and blazing in the midsummer sun, and had entered the cool shade of the trees which border the river, when suddenly I saw before me a group of ferns of tropical beauty and luxuriance. Great plume-like fronds of a rich green arched above my head. From the midst of the circle which they formed sprang the shorter, dark, rigid fruit clusters. I was fairly startled by the unexpected beauty and regal bearing of the ostrich fern. This magnificent plant luxuriates especially in the low, rich soil which is subject to an annual overflow from our northern rivers. Its vase-like masses of foliage somewhat suggest the cinnamon fern, but the fertile fronds of the ostrich fern mature in July, some weeks later than those of its rival. They are dark green, while those of the cinnamon fern are golden brown. Should there be no fruiting fronds upon the plant, the ostrich fern can be distinguished by the free veins with simple veinlets, Plate 2a, of its pinnae, the veins of the cinnamon fern being free and its veinlets forking, PL 3a, and by the absence of the tuft of rusty wool at the base of the pinnae on the underside of the frond. The ostrich fern does so well under cultivation that there is danger lest it crowd out its less aggressive neighbors. It propagates chiefly by means of underground runners. Mr. Robinson describes a specimen which he had planted in his outdoor fernery that crawled under a tight board fence and reappeared in the garden of his neighbor, who was greatly astonished and equally delighted so unexpectedly to become the owner of the superb plant. Plate 2 Ostrich fern. Plate 2 Ostrich fern. A portion of sterile frond B. Fertile frond C. Detail, showing free veins with simple veinlets. The ostrich fern, like its kinsman the sensitive fern, occasionally gives birth to fronds which are midway between its fruiting and its non-fruiting forms. This is specially liable to occur when some injury has befallen the plant. 3. Cinnamon fern Osmunda cinnamomea Nova Scotia to Florida, in swampy places. Growing in a crown, 1 to 5 feet high. Sterile fronds. Broadly lance-shaped, one spinnet, pinnae cut into broadly oblong divisions that do not reach the midvein, each pinna with a tuft of rusty wool at its base beneath. Fertile fronds. Quite unlike the sterile fronds, growing in the center of the crown formed by the sterile fronds and usually about the same height, erect, with cinnamon-colored spore cases. Cinnamon fern in the form of little croziers, protected from the cold by wrappings of rusty wool. The fertile fronds of the cinnamon fern appear everywhere in our swamps and wetwoods during the month of May. These fertile fronds, first dark green, later cinnamon brown, are quickly followed and encircled by the sterile ones, which grow in a tall, graceful crown. The fertile fronds soon wither, and, during the summer, may be found either clinging to the stalks of the sterile fronds or lying on the ground. Plate 3 Cinnamon fern. Plate 3 Cinnamon fern, a showing tuft of wool at base of pinna, also free veins with forking veinlets. The cinnamon fern is often confused with the ostrich fern. When either plant is in fruit, there is no excuse for this mistake, as the cinnamon-colored spore cases of the former appear in May, while the dark green fertile fronds of the latter do not ripen till July. When the fruiting fronds are absent, the forked veinlets, Plate 3a, of the cinnamon fern contrast with the simple veinlets of the other plant, Plate 2a. Then, too, the pinnae of the cinnamon fern bear tufts of rusty wool at the base beneath, the remnants of the woolly garments worn by the young fronds. The plant is a superb one when seen at its best. Its tall sterile fronds curve gracefully outward, while the slender fruit clusters erect themselves in the center of the rich crown. In unfavorable conditions, when growing in dry meadows, for instance, like all the osmundas, and indeed like most growing things, it is quite a different plant. Its green fronds become stiff and stunted, losing all their graceful curves, and its fruit clusters huddle among them as if anxious to keep out of sight. Va. Frondosa is an occasional form in which some of the fruiting fronds have green, leaf-like pinnae below. These abnormal fronds are most abundant on land which has been burned over. The cinnamon fern is a member of the group of osmundas, or flowering ferns as they are sometimes called, not of course because they really flower, but because their fruiting fronds are somewhat flower-like in appearance. There are 3 species of osmunda: the cinnamon fern, O. cinnamomea, the royal fern, O. regalis, and the interrupted fern, O. claytoniana. All 3 are beautiful and striking plants, producing their spores in May or June, and conspicuous by reason of their luxuriant growth and flower-like fruit clusters. The osmundas are easily cultivated, and group themselves effectively in shaded corners of the garden. They need plenty of water, and thrive best in a mixture of swamp muck and fine loam. 4 Curly grass Schizia pusillea pine barrens of New Jersey. Sterile fronds. Hardly an inch long, linear, slender, flattened, curly. Fertile fronds. Taller than the sterile fronds, 3 or 4 inches in height, slender, with from 4 to 6 pairs of fruit-bearing pinnae in September. Save in the herbarium I have never seen this very local little plant, which is found in certain parts of New Jersey. Gray assigns it to low grounds, pine barrens, while Dr. Eaton attributes it to the drier parts of sphagnous swamps among white cedars. Plate 4 curly grass. Plate 4 curly grass. In my lack of personal knowledge of Schizia, I venture to quote from that excellent little quarterly, the Fern Bulletin, the following passage from an article by Mr. C. F. Saunders on Schizia pusilla at home. S. pusilla was first collected early in this century at Quaker Bridge, NJ, about 35 miles east of Philadelphia. The spot is a desolate-looking place in the wildest of the pine barrens, where a branch of the Atchison River flows through marshy lowlands and cedar swamps. Here, amid sedge grasses, mosses, lycopodiums, droseras, and wild cranberry vines, the little treasure has been collected, but, though I have hunted for it more than once, my eyes have never been sharp enough to detect its fronds in that locality. In October of last year, however, a friend guided me to another place in New Jersey where he knew it to be growing, and there we found it. It was a small open spot in the pine barrens, low and damp. In the white sand grew patches of low grasses, mosses, Lycopodium carolinianum, L. inundatum, and Pyxodon thribarbulata, besides several smaller ericaceous plants and some larger shrubs, such as scrub oaks, sumacs, etc. Close by was a little stream, and just beyond that a bog. Although we knew that the Schizia grew within a few feet of the path in which we stood, it required the closest sort of a search, with eyes at the level of our knees, before a specimen was detected. The sterile fronds, curled like corkscrews, grew in little tufts, and were more readily visible than the fertile spikes, which were less numerous, and, together with the slender stipes, were of a brown color, hardly distinguishable from the capsules of the mosses, and the maturing stems of the grasses which grew all about. Lying flat on the earth, with face within a few inches of the ground, was found the most satisfactory plan of search. Down there all the individual plants looked bigger, and a sidelong glance brought the fertile clusters more prominently into view. When the sight got accustomed to the miniature jungle, quite a number of specimens were found, but the fern could hardly be said to be plentiful, and all that we gathered were within a radius of a couple of yards. This seems, indeed, to be one of those plants whose whereabouts is oftenest revealed by what we are wont to term a happy accident, as, for instance, when we are lying stretched on the ground resting, or as we stoop at lunch to crack an egg on the toe of our shoe. I know of one excellent collector who spent a whole day looking for it diligently in what he thought to be a likely spot, but without success. When finally, just before the time for return came, as he was half crouching on the ground, scarcely thinking now of Schizia, its fronds suddenly flashed upon his sight, right at his feet. The sterile fronds of Schizia pusilla are evergreen, so that the collector may, perhaps, most readily detect it in winter, selecting days for his search when the earth is pretty clear of snow. The surrounding vegetation being at that time dead, the little corkscrew-like fronds stand out more prominently. Group 2 fertile fronds partially leaf-like, the fertile portion unlike the rest of the frond 5. Royal fern. Flowering fern Osmunda regalis, New Brunswick to Florida, in swampy places. 2 to 5 feet high, occasionally taller. Sterile fronds. Twice-pinnate, pinnae cut into oblong pinnules. Fertile fronds. Leaf-like below, sporangia forming bright brown clusters at their summits. Perhaps this royal or flowering fern is the most beautiful member of a singularly beautiful group. When its smooth, pale green sterile fronds, grown to their full height, form a graceful crown which encircles the fertile fronds, it is truly a regal-looking plant. These fertile fronds are leaf-like below, and are tipped above with their flower-like fruit clusters. Royal fern like its kinsman, the royal fern appears in May in our wet woods and fields. The delicate little croziers uncurl with dainty grace, the plants which grow in the open among the yellow stars of the early crowfoot, and the white clusters of the spring cress being so tinged with red that they suffuse the meadows with warm color. Though one of our tallest ferns, with us it never reaches the 10 or 11 feet with which it is credited in Great Britain. The tallest plants I have found fall short of 6 feet. Occasionally we see large tracts of land covered with mature plants that lack a foot or more of the 2 feet given as the minimum height. This tendency to depauperization one notices especially in dry marshes near the sea. Plate V Royal Fern, a pinnule of Royal Fern B showing veining to the Royal Fern. The old herbalists attributed many valuable qualities. One old writer, who calls it the water fern, says, "This hath all the virtues mentioned in other ferns, and is much more effective than they both for inward and outward griefs, and is accounted good for wounds, bruises, and the like." The title flowering fern sometimes misleads those who are so unfamiliar with the habits of ferns as to imagine that they ever flower. That it really is descriptive was proved to me only a few weeks ago when I received a pressed specimen of a fertile frond accompanied by the request to inform the writer as to the name of the flower enclosed, which seemed to him to belong to the sumac family. The origin of the generic name Osmunda seems somewhat obscure. It is said to be derived from Asmunda, the Saxon Thor. In his Herbal Gerard tells us that Osmunda regalis was formerly called Asmund, the waterman, in allusion, perhaps, to its liking for a home in the marshes. One legend claims that a certain Asmund, living at Lochtine, saved his wife and child from the inimical Danes by hiding them upon an island among masses of flowering ferns, and that in after years the child so shielded named the stately plants after her father. The following lines from Wordsworth point to still another origin of the generic name, often, trifling with a privilege alike indulged to all. We paused, one now, and now the other, to point out, perchance to pluck, some flower, or water weed, too fair either to be divided from the place on which it grew, or to be left alone to its own beauty. Many such there are, fair ferns and flowers, and chiefly that tall fern, so stately, of the Queen Osmunda named, plant lovelier, in its own retired abode on Grasmere's beach, than Naiad by the side of Grecian brook, or Lady of the Mere, sole sitting by the shores of old romance. The royal fern may be cultivated easily in deep mounds of rich soil shielded somewhat from the sun. 6. Interrupted fern Osmunda claytoniana, Newfoundland to North Carolina, in swampy places. 2 to 4 feet high. Sterile fronds. Oblong lanceolate, 1 spinnet, pinnae cut into oblong, obtuse divisions, without a tuft of wool at the base of each pinna. Fertile fronds. Taller than the sterile, leaf-like above and below, some of the middle pinnae fruit-bearing. The interrupted fern makes its appearance in the woods and meadows and along the roadsides in May. It fruits as it unfolds. At first the fruiting pinnae are almost black. Later they become golden green, and after the spores are discharged they turn brown. They are noticeable all summer, and serve to identify the plant at once. In the absence of the fertile fronds it is often difficult to distinguish between the cinnamon fern and the interrupted fern. The sterile fronds of the interrupted fern are usually less erect, curving outward much more noticeably than those of the cinnamon fern. Then, too, its pinnae are cut into segments that are more obtuse, and the whole effect of the frond is more stubby. But the most distinguishing feature of all is the tuft of rusty wool which clings to the base of each pinna of the sterile fronds of the cinnamon fern. These tufts we do not find in the interrupted fern, though both plants come into the world warmly wrapped in wool. Plate 6. Interrupted fern. Plate 6. Interrupted fern are clusters of sporangia bees showing veining. The interrupted fern is a peculiarly graceful plant. Its fertile fronds, standing quite erect below but curving outward above the fruiting pinnae, are set in a somewhat shallow vase formed by the sterile fronds, which fall away in every direction. In the fall the fronds turn yellow, and at times are so brilliant that they flood the woods with golden light. Like the other osmundas, the interrupted fern is easily cultivated. Interrupted fern. Interrupted fern. Climbing fern. Climbing fern. 7. Climbing fern. Creeping fern. Hartford fern. Lygodium palmatum, Massachusetts and southward, in moist thickets and open woods. Stalks slender and twining. Fronds. Climbing and twining, 1 to 3 feet long, divided into lobed, rounded, heart-shaped, short-stalked segments, fruit clusters, growing at the summit of the frond, ripening in September. The climbing fern is still found occasionally in moist thickets and open woods from Massachusetts southward, but at one time it was picked so recklessly for decorative purposes that it was almost exterminated. In 1869 the legislature of Connecticut passed for its protection a special law which was embodied in the revision of the statutes of 1875, perhaps the only instance in statute law, Dr. Eaton remarks, where a plant has received special legal protection solely on account of its beauty. I have never seen the plant growing, but remember that when a child my home in New York was abundantly decorated with the pressed fronds which had been brought from Hartford for the purpose. Even in that lifeless condition their grace and beauty made a deep impression on my mind. Part of fertile pinnule. Part of fertile pinnule. Mr. Saunders has described it as he found it growing in company with schizia, in the New Jersey pine barrens, Lygodium palmatum, is one of the loveliest of American plants, with twining stem adorned with palmate leaflets, bearing small resemblance to the popular idea of a fern. It loves the shaded, mossy banks of the quiet streams whose cool, clear, amber waters, murmuring over beds of pure white sand, are so characteristic of the pine country. There the graceful fronds are to be found, sometimes clambering a yard high over the bushes and catbriers, sometimes trailing down the bank until their tips touch the surface of the water. The Lygodium is reckoned among the rare plants of the region, though often growing in good-sized patches when found at all, and is getting rarer. Many of the localities which knew it once now know it no more, both because of the depredations of ruthless collectors, and, to some extent, probably, the ravages of fire. The plant is in its prime in early fall, but may be looked for up to the time of killing frosts. 8 Adder's tongue or Glossum vulgatum Canada to New Jersey and Kentucky, in moist meadows. 2 inches to 1 foot high. Sterile portion. Anovate, fleshy leaf. Fertile portion. A simple spike, usually long-stalked. The unprofessional fern collector is likely to agree with Gray in considering the adder's tongue not common. Many botanists, however, believe the plant to be overlooked rather than rare. In an article on O. vulgatum, which appeared some years ago in the Fern Bulletin, Mr. Eaton writes, previous to 1895 Glossum vulgatum was unknown to me, and was considered very rare, only 2 localities being known in Essex County, Mass. Early in the year a friend gave me 2 specimens. From these I got an idea of how the thing looked. On the 11th of last July, while collecting Habneria lacera in a bound-out mowing field, I was delighted to notice a spike of fruit in the grass. A search revealed about 60, just right to collect, with many unfruitful specimens. A few days later, while raking in a similar locality, I found several, within a stone's throw of the house, demonstrating again the well-known fact that a thing once seen is easily discovered again. On the 23rd of last August, while riding on my bicycle, I noticed a field that appeared to be the right locality, and an investigation showed an abundance of them. I subsequently found it in another place. This year, on the 28th of May, I found it in another locality just as it was coming up, and I have since found 3 others. I consider it abundant here, only appearing rare because growing hidden in fine grass in old mowing fields, after the red top and timothy have died out, and the finer species of carex are coming in. A good index plant is the Habneria quoted. I have never found it except when associated with this plant, on a cold, heavy soil. The leaf is usually hidden, or, if not, is easily passed by Formenthemum or Pogonia. In the Gret Herbal of Gerd we read that the leaves of adder's tongue stamped in a stone mortar, and boiled in oil olive unto the consumption of the juice, and until the herbs be dried and parched and then strained, will yield most excellent green oil, or rather a balsam for green wounds comparable to oil of street John's wort if it do not far surpass it. It is said that adder's spear ointment made from the fresh fronds of this plant is still used for wounds in English villages. Plate 7 Adder's tongue. Plate 7 Adder's tongue. The adder's tongue was believed formerly to have poisonous qualities, which not only injured the cattle that fed upon it, but destroyed the grass in which it grew. 9 Rattlesnake fern. Virginia grape fern. Batricium virginianum, Nova Scotia to Florida, in rich woods. 1 or 2 feet high, at times much smaller, when it becomes B. gracile. Sterile portion. Usually broader than long, spreading, with 3 main divisions which are cut into many smaller segments, thin, set close to the stem about halfway up. Fertile portion. Long-stalked, more than 1 spinnet. Rattlesnake fern. Rattlesnake fern. On our rambles through the woods we are more likely to encounter the rattlesnake fern than any other member of the Batricium group. It fruits in early summer, but the withered fertile portion may be found upon the plant much later in the year. Its frequent companions are the spinulous shield fern, the Christmas fern, the silvery spleenwort, and the maidenhair. 10 Ternate grape fern. Batricium ternatum or dissectum, Nova Scotia to Florida, in moist meadows. A few inches to more than a foot high. Sterile portion. Broadly triangular, the 3 main divisions cut again into many segments, on a separate stalk from near the base of the plant, fleshy. Fertile portion. Erect, usually considerably taller than non-fruiting segment, more than 1 spinnet. Sporangia of Batricium. Sporangia of Batricium. Of late some doubt has existed as to whether B. ternatum has been actually found in this country, although the standard floras give no evidence of this uncertainty. Dr. Underwood is convinced that the true B. ternatum is found only in Japan and China, and that our species is really B. dissectum, a species, not a variety. He says that this species is very common in the vicinity of New York City, and thence southward and westward, that it is also found in various parts of New England, that it reaches its fullest development in moist, shady woods, that in mossy meadows of New England and central New York the plant assumes a more contracted habit. He believes its segments are more apt to be divided in shady situations than in open, sunny ground. The ternate grape fern fruits in the fall. Part of sterile portion of B. dissectum. Part of sterile portion of B. dissectum. Plate 8 Ternate grape fern. Plate 8 Ternate grape fern. 11. Little grape fern. Batricium simplex, Canada to Maryland, in moist woods and in fields. 2 to 4 inches high, rarely a little taller. Sterile portion. Somewhat oblong, more or less lobed, occasionally 3 to 7 divided, usually short-stalked from near the middle of the plant, thick and fleshy. Fertile portion. Either simple or once or twice spinnet, taller than the sterile portion. This little plant is sufficiently rare to rejoice the heart of the fern hunter who is so fortunate as to stumble upon it by chance or to trace it to its chosen haunts. It is generally considered an inhabitant of moist woods and meadows, though Mr. Pringle describes it as abundantly scattered over Vermont, its habitat usually poor soil, especially knolls of hill pastures, and Mr. Dodge assigns it to dry fields. It fruits in May or June. 12 Moonwort Batricium lunaria, Newfoundland to Connecticut and central New York, in dry pastures. 3 inches to nearly 1 foot high. A very fleshy plant. Sterile portion. Oblong, cut into several fan-shaped fleshy divisions, growing close to the stem about the middle of the plant. Fertile portion. Branching, long-stalked, usually the same height as or taller than the sterile portion. The moonwort is another of our rare little plants. It grows usually in dry pastures, fruiting in July. Formerly it was accredited with various magic powers. Gathered by moonlight, it was said to do wonders. The English poet Drayton refers to the moonwort as lunary. Then sprinkled she the juice of rue with 9 drops of the midnight dew from lunary distilling. Plate 9 Moonwort lance-leaved grape fern. Plate 9 Moonwort lance-leaved grape fern. Gerard mentions its use by alchemists, who called it martagon. In the work of Coles, an early writer on plants, we read, "It is said, yea, and believed by many, that moonwort will open the locks wherewith dwelling houses are made fast, if it be put into the keyhole, as also that it will loosen shoes from those horses' feet that go on the places where it grows." It is to the moonwort that Withers alludes in the following lines: "There is an herb, some say, whose virtues such it in the pasture, only with a touch unshoes the new-shod steed." 13 Matricary grape fern. Batricium matricariephylium, Nova Scotia to New Jersey, in woods and wet meadows. 2 inches to 1 foot high. Sterile portion. Once or twice divided, sometimes very fleshy, growing high up on the stem. Fertile portion. With several branched pinnae. This plant is found, often in the companionship of B. virginianum, in woods and wet meadows, not farther south than New Jersey. It fruits in summer. 14 Lance-leaved grape fern. Batricium lanceolatum, Nova Scotia to New Jersey, in woods and meadows. 2 to 9 inches high. Sterile portion. Triangular, twice pinnatifid, with somewhat lance-shaped segments, hardly fleshy, set close to the top of the common stalk. Fertile portion. Branching. Like the matricary grape fern, this plant is found in the woods and wet meadows from Nova Scotia to New Jersey. It fruits also in summer. Group 3 Fertile fronds, uniformly somewhat leaf-like in appearance, yet differing noticeably from sterile fronds. 15. Slender cliff brake Pellia gracilis, Pestle rye, Labrador to Pennsylvania, usually on sheltered rocks, preferring limestone. 2 to 5 inches long, with straw-colored or pale brown stalks, slightly chaffy below. Fronds. Delicate, with few pinnae, the lower ones once or twice parted into 3 to 5 divisions, those of the fertile frond oblong or linear oblong, sparingly incised, of the sterile frond ovate or above 8, toothed or incised, sporangia bordering the pinnae of the fertile frond, covered by a broad and usually continuous general indusium, formed by the reflexed margin of the pinnule. The first time I found the slender cliff break was one July day in central New York, under the kind guidance of an enthusiastic fern collector. A rather perilous climb along the sides of a thickly wooded glen brought us to a spot where our only security lay in clinging to the trees, which, like ourselves, had obtained doubtful standing room. In a pocket in the limestone just above us I was shown a very brown and withered little plant which only the closest scrutiny in combination with a certain amount of folk knowledge could identify as the slender cliff break. The season had been a dry one and the plant had perished, I fancy, for lack of water, in spite of the stream which plunged from the top of the cliffs close by, almost near enough, it seemed to me, to moisten with its spray our hot cheeks. Portion of fertile frond later in the season I found more promising though not altogether satisfactory specimens of this plant growing in other rocky crevices of the same deep glen, in the neighborhood of the maidenhair spleenwort, the walking leaf, and the bulblet bladder fern. My sister tells me that late in August on the cliffs which border the St. Lawrence River, refreshed by the myriad streams which leap or trickle down their sides, under the hanging roots of trees, close to clusters of quivering harebells and pale tufts of the brittle bladder fern, the slender cliff break grows in profusion, its delicate fronds rippling over one another so closely that at times they give the effect of a long, luxuriant moss. On most occasions, in these soft beds of foliage, she found the fertile fronds, which are far more slender and unusual looking than the sterile, largely predominating, though at times a patch would be made up chiefly of the sterile fronds. These somewhat resemble the brittle bladder fern in whose company they are seen so often. Slender cliff break 16. Purple cliff break Pellia atropapuria Canada to Georgia and westward, usually on limestone cliffs, with wiry purplish stalks. Fertile fronds. 6 to 20 inches high, leathery, bluish-green, pale underneath, once, or below twice, pinnate, pinny, upper ones long and narrow, lower ones usually with 1 to 4 pairs of broadly linear pinnules, sporangia bordering the pinny, bright brown at maturity, indusium formed by the reflexed margin of the frond. Sterile fronds. Usually much smaller than the fertile and less abundant, pinny oblong, entire, or slightly toothed. The purple cliff break is one of the plants that rejoice in able and perilous situations. Although its range is wider than that of many ferns, this choice of inconvenient localities, joined to the fact that it is not a common plant, renders it likely that unless you pay it the compliment of a special expedition in its honor you will never add it to the list of your fern acquaintances. But when all is said we are inestimably in debt to the plants so rare or so exclusive as to entice us out of our usual haunts into theirs. Not only do they draw us away from our books, out of our houses, but off the well-known road and the trodden path into unfamiliar woods which stand ready to reveal fresh treasures, across distant pastures where the fragrant wind blows away the memory of small anxieties, up into the hills from whose summits we get new views. Plate X purple cliff break, a portion of fertile frond. Plate X purple cliff break, a portion of fertile frond. Although the purple cliff break grows, I believe, within 15 miles of my home in Albany, I never saw the plant until this summer, some 100 miles nearer the center of the state. During a morning call I chanced to mention that I was anxious to find 2 or 3 ferns which were said to grow in the neighborhood. My hostess told me that 25 years before, on some limestone cliffs about 8 miles away, she had found 2 unknown ferns which had been classified and labeled by a botanical friend. Excusing herself, she left me and soon returned with carefully pressed specimens of the purple cliff break and the little roosplene wort, the 2 ferns I was most eager to find. Such moments as I experienced then of long deferred but peculiar satisfaction go far toward making one an apostle of hobbies. My pleasure was increased by the kind offer to guide me to the spot which had yielded the specimens. One morning soon after we were set down at the little railway station from which we purposed to walk to the already mentioned cliffs. We were not without misgivings as we followed an indefinite path across some limestone quarries, for a plant may easily disappear from a given station in the course of 25 years. In a few moments the so-called path disappeared in a fringe of bushes which evidently marked the beginning of a precipitous descent. Cautiously clinging to whatever we could lay hold of, bushes, roots of trees or imbedded rocks, we climbed over the cliff's side, still following the semblance of a path. On our left a stream plunged nearly 200 feet into the ravine below. For some distance the eye could follow its silver course, then it disappeared beneath the arching trees. On our right, many miles beyond, through the blue haze which hung over the distant valley, we could see the lake to which the stream was hurrying. We could not surrender ourselves with comfort to the beauty of the outlook, as our surroundings were not such as to put us altogether at ease. Overhead hung great rocks, so cracked and seamed and shattered as to threaten a complete downfall, while beneath our feet the path which led along the face of the cliff crumbled away, so that it was difficult in places to obtain any foothold. Having passed the more perilous spots, however, we became accustomed to the situation and turned our attention to the unpromising wall of rock which rose beside us. From its crevices hung graceful festoons of bulblet bladder fern, and apparently nothing but bulblet bladder fern. But soon one of the party gave a cry and pointed in triumph to a bluish-green cluster of foliage which sprang from a shallow pocket overhead. Even though one had not seen the plant before, there was no mistaking the wiry purplish stalks, the leathery, pinnately parted, blue-green fronds, and, above all, the marginal rows of bright brown sporangia peculiar to the purple cliff break. Soon after we found several other plants, all of them decidedly scraggly in appearance, with but few green fronds and many leafless stalks. Occasionally a small sterile frond, with broader, more oblong pinnae, could be seen, but these were in the minority. A number of very young plants, with little, heart-shaped leaves altogether unlike the mature fronds, were wedged in neighboring crannies. As our eyes grew more accustomed to the contour and coloring of the cliffs, The success of the day was completed by the discovery of several specimens of the little roospleenwort with tiny fronds flattened against the rock. When next I saw the purple cliff break, it seemed to me quite a different fern from the rather awkward plant, the mere sight of which I had welcomed so eagerly that any unfavorable criticism of its appearance seems ungrateful. The unpromising wall of rock which rose beside us. The unpromising wall of rock which rose beside us. Again it sprang from limestone cliffs, even more remote and inaccessible though less dangerous than those where I saw it first. These cliffs were so shattered in places that the broken fragments lay in heaps at their base and on the projecting ledges. Here and there a great shaft of rock had broken away and stood like the turret of a castle or the bastion of a fort. Among the shattered fragments high up on the cliff's side, the purple cliff break grew in a luxuriant profusion that was amazing in view of the surroundings. The rigid, erect fronds formed large tufts of greenish-grey foliage that, at a little distance, so blended with their rocky background as to be almost indistinguishable. The fronds usually were much more compound than those I had seen a few weeks before. The separate plants had a vigorous, bushy appearance that did not suggest the same species. Many of the pinnae were so turned as to display the ripe sporangia, which formed a bright brown border to the pale, slender divisions. Here, too, the small sterile fronds were very rare. More compound frond of purple cliff break, sterile frond growing from the broken rocks in among the purple cliff break were thrifty little tufts of the maidenhair spleenwort. This tiny plant seemed to have forgotten its shyness and to have forsworn its love for moist, shaded, mossy rocks. It ventured boldly out upon these barren cliffs, exposing itself to the fierce glare of the sun and to every blast of wind, and holding itself upright with a saucy self-assurance that seemed strangely at variance with its nature. Nearby a single patch of the walking leaf climbed up the face of the cliff while, perhaps strangest of all, from the decaying trunk of a tree, which lay prostrate among the rocks, sprang a single small but perfect plant of the ebony spleenwort, a fern which was a complete stranger in this locality, so far as I could learn. 17 Christmas fern Aspidium acrostichoides, Dryopteris acrostichoides, New Brunswick to Florida, in rocky woods. 1 to 2.5 feet high, with very chaffy stalks. Fronds. Lance-shaped, one spinnet, fertile fronds contracted toward the summit, pinnae narrowly lance-shaped, half halberd-shaped at the slightly stalked base, bristle-toothed, the upper ones on the fertile fronds contracted and smaller, fruit dots round, close, confluent with age, nearly covering the undersurface of the fertile pinnae, indusium orbicular, fixed by the depressed center. Of our evergreen ferns, this is the best fitted to serve as a decoration in winter. No other fern has such deep green, highly polished fronds. They need only a mixture of red berries to become a close rival to the holly at Christmas time. Portion of fertile frond wrapped in a garment of brown scales. The young fronds of the Christmas fern are sent into the world early in the spring. When we go to the woods in April to look for arbutus, or to listen to the first songs of the robin and the bluebird, we notice that last year's fronds are still fresh and green. Low down among them, curled up like tawny caterpillars, are the young fronds. The arbutus will have made way for pink and blue and white hepaticas, for starry bloodroot, and for tremulous anemones. Thrushes and orioles will have joined the robins and the bluebirds before these newcomers present much of an appearance. When the tender, delicately green fronds are first unrolled, they contrast strongly with their polished, dark green, leathery companions. Christmas fern. In this plant the difference is quite conspicuous between the fertile and the sterile fronds. The sterile ones are shorter and apparently broader, while the fertile are tall, slender, and noticeably contracted by the abundantly fruiting pinnae near the apex. Narrow-leaved spleenwort. Narrow-leaved spleenwort 18. Narrow-leaved spleenwort Asplenium angustifolium Canada to Kentucky, in moist woods. 2 to 4 feet high. Sterile fronds. Thin, smooth, lance-shaped, perishable, 1 spinnet. Fertile fronds. Taller, narrower, longer stalked, pinnae more narrowly lance-shaped than non-sterile fronds. Fruit. Linear, a row on each side the midvein, indusium slightly convex. If we make an expedition to the woods early in July, we may, perhaps, find some plants of the narrow-leaved spleenwort. At this season they are specially attractive, with smooth, delicate, pale green fronds, so recently unfolded as to be full of little undulations, which they lose more or less at maturity, and which are as indicative of youth as the curves and dimples of a baby. Narrow-leaved spleenwort. A magnified pinna of fertile fern. Plate 11. Narrow-leaved spleenwort. A magnified pinna of fertile frond. Late in August the plant has reached a stately height, perhaps of 3 or 4 feet. The fronds are still smooth and delicate to a degree unusual even in ferns. But they wear a deeper green, and their texture seems a trifle more substantial. Occasionally, though rarely in the deeper woods, we find a frond which is conspicuously longer stalked, taller, narrower than the others, with pinnae more distant and more contracted. A glance at its lower surface discovers double rows of brown, linear fruit dots. Though one of the largest of its tribe, the narrow-leaved spleenwort suggests greater fragility, a keener sensitiveness to uncongenial conditions, than any other of our native ferns. A storm which leaves the other inhabitants of the forest almost untouched beats down its fronds, tender and perishable even in maturity. This very fragility, accompanied as it is with beauty of form and color, in the midst of the somewhat coarse and hardy growth of the August woods, lends the plant a peculiar charm. I find it growing beneath great basswoods, lichen-spotted beeches, and sugar maples with trunks branchless for 50 feet, soaring like huge ship masts into the blue above. Almost the only flowers in its neighborhood, for in midsummer wood flowers are rare, are the tiny pink blossoms of the herb Robert, that invincible little plant which never wearies in well-doing, but persists in flowering from June till October. The violet-blue heads of the almost equally untiring self-heal and the yellow pitchers of the pale touch-minot or jewel weed. This plant, a close relative of the more southern and better-known spotted touch-minot, grows in great patches almost in the heart of the woods. The lack of flowers is somewhat atoned for by the coral clusters of the red baneberry and the black-spotted, china-like fruit of the white baneberry. But ferns chiefly abound in these woods. Everywhere I notice the thin, spreading frond and withered fruit cluster of the rattlesnake fern, in my experience the most ubiquitous member of the Batricium group. More or less frequent are graceful crowns of the spinulous shield fern, slender shining fronds of Christmas fern, dull green groups of silvery spleenwort and stately plumes of Goldie's fern. As we draw near the wood's border, where the yellow sunlit fields of grain shine between the tall maple shafts, we push aside umbrella-like brakes. At the very limits of the woods, close against the rails, grows the sweet-scented Dicksonia. 19 net-veined chain fern Woodwardia angustifolia swampy places from Maine to Florida, in wet woods near the coast. Sterile fronds. 12 to 18 inches high, pinnatifid with minutely toothed divisions united by a broad wing. Fertile fronds. Taller than the sterile, one spinnet, pinnae much contracted, fruit dots in a single row each side of the secondary midribs, indusium fixed by its outer margin, opening on the side next the midrib. The Woodwardias are associated in my mind with sea, pine trees, and the flat, sandy country near Buzzards Bay, Mass. Both species were met within one walk not far from the shore. A little stream, scarcely more than a ditch, divided an open, sunny meadow from a bit of evergreen wood, and on the steep banks of this runlet grew the bright fronds of Woodwardia angustifolia, giving at first glance somewhat the impression of Onocles sensibilis. The fronds of both are described as pinnatifid, and in this Woodwardia we find the divisions minutely toothed, giving them a rough outline which is wanting in Onocles sensibilis. These are the sterile fronds. Among them and taller than they are the fertile fronds with very narrow divisions, covered on the lower side with the chains of fruit dots. Plate 12 net-veined chain fern. Plate 12 net-veined chain fern. It is a handsome fern and very satisfactory to the novice in fern hunting, because, taking fertile and sterile fronds together, it cannot be confused with any other species. Crossing the tiny stream, a path dim with the shade of low, dense evergreens and soft and elastic underfoot from their fallen leaves, leads through the woods. Here among the partridge vine that runs over the rocks, growing from the soft, spongy soil, are groups of the sterile fronds only of this Woodwardia, charming little clumps of fresh green that invite one to dig them up and plant them in boxes or baskets for decorative purposes. Group 4 fertile and sterile fronds, leaf-like and similar, sporangia on or beneath a reflexed portion of the margin. 20. Brake. Bracken. Eagle fern Pteris aquilina almost throughout North America, in dry, somewhat open places. 1 to 2 feet high ordinarily, occasionally much higher. Fronds. Solitary, 1 to 2 feet wide, cut into 3 primary divisions which are twice-pinnate, widely spreading at the summit of an erect, stout stalk, sporangia borne in a continuous line along the lower margin of the frond, indusium formed by the reflexed edge of the frond. Of all ferns, the brake is the most widely distributed. It occurs in one form or another in all parts of the world. With us it grows commonly from 1 to 2 feet high, occasionally higher. In Oregon it attains a height of 6 or 7 feet, in the Andes of 14 feet. It is a vigorous and often a beautiful and striking plant, growing abundantly on sunny hillsides and in open woods. In the spring or early summer its solitary spreading frond, light green and delicate in color, might almost be confused with the oak fern. Later its green takes on a dark, dull shade, and its general aspect becomes more hardy than that of any other fern. The brake is believed to be the fern of the early Saxons and to have given this prefix to many English towns and villages, such as Fearnhow or Farenhow, Fareningham, etc. It is one of the few ferns mentioned by name in general literature. In The Lady of the Lake it is alluded to in the Song of the Erevaman Dove. The heath this night must be my bed, the bracken curtain for my head. Pteris esculenta, a variety of our brake, is said to have been one of the chief articles of food in New Zealand. It was called fern root, and in Dr. Thomson's story of New Zealand is spoken of as follows. This food is celebrated in song, and the young women, in laying before travellers baskets of cooked fern root, chant, "What shall be our food? Shall shellfish and fern root? That is the root of the earth, that is the food to satisfy a man. The tongues grow by reason of the licking, as if it were the tongue of a dog." Pinnule of brake showing reflexed edges. Pinnule of brake showing reflexed edges. The titles brake and bracken are not always confined to their lawful owner. Frequently they are applied to any large ferns, such as the osmundas, or even to such superficially fern-like plants as Myrica asplenifolia, the so-called sweet fern. There is a difference of opinion as to the origin of the plant's scientific name, which signifies eagle wing. Some suppose it to be derived from the outline of the heraldic eagle which has been seen by the imaginative in a cross-section of the young stalk. It seems more likely that a resemblance has been fancied between the spreading frond and the plumage of an eagle. The brake turns brown in autumn, but does not wither away till the following year. 21 Maidenhair Ardiantum pedatum, Nova Scotia to British Columbia, south to Georgia and Arkansas, in moist woods. 10 to 18 inches high. Fronds. Forked at the summit of the slender black and polished stalk, the recurved branches bearing on one side several slender, spreading pinnate divisions, pinnules obliquely triangular oblong, sporangia in short fruit dots on the under margin of a lobe of the frond, indusium formed by the reflexed lobe or tooth of the frond. For purposes of identification it would seem almost superfluous to describe the maidenhair, a plant which probably is more generally appreciated than all the rest of the ferns together. Yet, strangely enough, it is confused constantly with other plants and with plants which are not ferns. A pinna of maidenhair. A pinna of maidenhair. Perhaps the early meadow rue is the plant most commonly mistaken for the maidenhair. While it does not suggest strikingly our eastern fern, Its lobed and rounded leaflets bear a likeness to certain species native to other parts of the country, notably to Acapulus veneris, the Venus hair fern of the southern states. A pinule of maidenhair, a pinule of maidenhair, but it is not easy to convince a friend that he has made a mistake in this regard. You chance to be driving by a bank overgrown with the early meadow rue when he calls your attention to the unusual abundance of maidenhair in the neighborhood. To his rather indignant surprise, you suggest that the plant he saw was not maidenhair, but the early meadow rue. If he have the least reverence for your botanical attainments, he grudgingly admits that possibly it was not the ordinary maidenhair, but maintains stoutly that it was a more uncommon species which abounds in his especial neighborhood. If truly diplomatic, you hold your peace and change the subject, but if possessed by a tormenting love of truth which is always getting you into trouble, you state sadly but firmly that our northeastern states have but one species of maidenhair, and that it is more than improbable that the favored neighborhood of his home, for it is always an unusually rich locality, offers another. The result of this discussion is that mentally you are pronounced both conceited and pig-headed. For a few weeks the plants in question are passed without comment, but by another summer the rich growth of maidenhair is again proudly exhibited. Only in one way can you save your reputation and possibly convince your friend. When correcting him, if you glibly remark that our Dianthum pedatum, our northeastern maidenhair, is the only species which has been found in this part of the country, that Acapulus veneris, the maidenhair which somewhat resembles the early meadow rue, can hardly be found north of Virginia, while a tenurum is found only in Florida, and a emarginatum is confined to the Pacific coast, you will have redeemed yourself, not from the stigma of conceit, far from it, but from that of error. The glib utterance of Latin names is attended with a strange power of silencing your opponent and filling him with a sort of grudging belief in your scientific attainments. The truth is that the average layman who takes an interest in plants is as sensitive regarding the maidenhair as he is about his recognition of an orchid. By way of warning, what more need be said? Though the maidenhair has a wide range and grows abundantly in many localities, it possesses a quality of aloofness which adds to its charm. Even in neighborhoods where it grows profusely, it rarely crowds to the roadside or becomes the companion of your daily walks. Its chosen haunts are dim, moist hollows in the woods or shaded hillsides sloping to the river. In such retreats you find the feathery fronds tremulous on their black, glistening stalks, and in their neighborhood you find also the very spirit of the woods. Despite its apparent fragility, the maidenhair is not difficult to cultivate if provided with sufficient shade and moisture. Maidenhair 22. Hairy lip fern Schielanthus vestita, Celanissa, growing on rocks, southern New York to Georgia. 6 to 15 inches high, with brown and shining stalks. Fronds oblong lance-shaped, rough with rusty hairs, twice-pinnate, pinny rather distant, triangular ovate, cut into oblong, more or less incised pinnules, fruit dots roundish, indusium formed by the reflexed margins of the lobes which are pushed back by the matured sporangia. Till a few years ago the most northern station for the hairy lip fern was supposed to be within the limits of New York City. The plant was discovered, in 1866 or 1867, on Manhattan Island, near Fort Tryon, growing on rocks with an eastern exposure. If one should visit this station today, he would find himself at 196th Street, in the city of New York, some 233 yards west of the Kingsbridge Road, and I fear there would be no trace of this to us rare fern. Since then the plant has been discovered close to the Hudson River at Poughkeepsie. Its narrowly oblong, dull green fronds, more or less covered with red-brown hairs, which give it a somewhat rusty appearance, spring from the clefts and ledges of rocks. Plate 13 Hairy Lip Fern A Fruiting Pinnule Plate 13 Hairy Lip Fern A Fruiting Pinnule 23 Hay-scented fern Dicksonia pilosucula, D. punctilobula, 2 to 3 feet high, hillsides, meadows, and thickets from Canada to Tennessee. Fronds. Ovate lance-shaped, long tapering, pale green, thin and very delicate in texture, slightly glandular and hairy, usually thrice pinnatifid, pinny lance-shaped, pointed, repeating in miniature outline of front. Pinnules cut again into short and obtuse lobes or segments, fruit dots each on an elevated globular receptacle on a recurved toothlet, indusium cup-shaped, open at the top. In parts of the country, especially from Connecticut southward, the hay-scented fern is one of the abundant plants. Though not essentially a rock-loving plant, it rejoices in such rocky, upland pastures as crown many of our lower mountain ranges, great stretches of grayish or sage-green fields in which every boulder and outcrop of rock is marked by masses of the bright green fronds of Dicksonia, over which the air moves lazily, heavy with the peculiar fragrance of this interesting fern. Its singularly delicate, tapering, pale green fronds, curving gracefully in every direction, rank it among our most beautiful and noticeable ferns. Often along the roadsides it forms great masses of feathery foliage, tempting the weary pedestrian or bicycler to fling himself upon a couch sufficiently soft and luxurious in appearance to satisfy a sybarite. But I can testify that the hay-scented fern does not make so good a bed as it promises. Plate 14 Hay-scented fern A. Early stage of fruiting pinnule. Plate 14 Hay-scented fern A. Early stage of fruiting pinnule. 2 years ago, during a memorably hot August, an afternoon drive over an unused mountain road brought us to a picturesque spot where the clear stream tumbled into a rock-paved basin, suggesting so vividly the joy of the cool silver shock of the plunge in a pool's living water that then and there we resolved soon to pitch our tent upon its banks. In all respects it was not a suitable campsite. There were no balsams or evergreens of any kind available for bedding in the neighborhood, so when, a few days later, we had taken up our quarters just above the rock-paved pool, we went into our temporary backyard where the Dicksonia grew abundantly with its usual soft and seductive appearance, and gathered great armfuls for the night's rest. I must frankly own that I never slept on so hard a bed. Since then I have been more than ever inclined to believe that ferns inhabit the earth chiefly for decorative ends. In the present age they do not lend themselves as once they did to medicinal purposes. Usually they are without culinary value. So far as I know, animals refuse to eat them on account of their acrid juices. And experience proves that when used as a bed they do not medicine thee to that sweet sleep which thou odest yesterday. The hay-scented fern is very sensitive, withering with the early frosts. Sometimes in the fall it bleaches almost white. Then its slender fronds seem like beautiful wraiths of their former selves. The Dixonia, as he always calls it, is Thoreau's favorite among the ferns. Its fronds are sweet-scented when crushed or in drying, and to their fragrance he was peculiarly sensitive, going along this old Carlisle road where all wild things and fruits abound, where there are countless rocks to jar those who venture in wagons, road which leads to and through a great but not famous garden, zoological and botanical, at whose gate you never arrive. As I was going along there, I perceived the grateful scent of the Dixonia fern, now partly decayed. It reminds me of all up country, with its springy mountain sides and unexhausted vigor. Is there any essence of Dixonia fern, I wonder? Surely that giant, who my neighbor expects is to bound up the Alleghenies, will have his handkerchief scented with that. The sweet fragrance of decay. When I wade through by narrow cow paths, it is as if I had strayed into an ancient and decayed herb garden. Nature perfumes her garments with this essence now especially. She gives it to those who go a-barberrying and on dark autumnal walks. The very scent of it, if you have a decayed frond in your chamber, will take you far up country in a twinkling. You would think you had gone after the cows there, or were lost on the mountains. Again, why can we not oftener refresh one another with original thoughts? If the fragrance of the Dixonia fern is so grateful and suggestive to us, how much more refreshing and encouraging, recreating, would be fresh and fragrant thoughts communicated to us from a man's experience. I want none of his pity nor sympathy in the common sense, but that he should emit and communicate to me his essential fragrance, going a-huckleberrying in the fields of thought, and enriching all the world with his vision and his joys. In connection with this fern, Thoreau indulges in one of those whimsical, enchanting disquisitions with the spirit of which you are in complete accord, even though you may seem to contradict the letter. It is only when we forget all our learning that we begin to know. I do not get nearer by a hair's breadth to any natural object, so long as I presume that I have an introduction to it from some learned man. To conceive of it with a total apprehension, I must for the 1000th time approach it as something totally strange. If you would make acquaintance with the ferns, you must forget your botany. Not a single scientific term or distinction is the least to the purpose. You would fain perceive something, and you must approach the object totally unprejudiced. You must be aware that nothing is what you have taken it to be. In what book is this world and its beauty described? Who has plotted the steps toward the discovery of beauty? You must be in a different state from common. Your greatest success will be simply to perceive that such things are, and you will have no communication to make to the Royal Society. If it were required to know the position of the fruit dots or the character of the indusium, nothing could be easier than to ascertain it. But if it is required that you be affected by ferns, that they amount to anything, signify anything to you, that they be another sacred scripture and revelation to you, helping to redeem your life, this end is not so easily accomplished. Group V. Fertile and sterile fronds, leaf-like and similar, sporangia in linear or oblong fruit dots. 24. Lady fern Asplenium filix foemina, a wood and roadside fern, growing in all parts of the country and presenting many varying forms. 1 to 3 feet high, with tufted, straw-colored, reddish, or brownish stalks. Fronds. Broadly lance-shaped, tapering toward the apex, twice-pinnate, pinnae lance-shaped, pinnules oblong lanceolate, toothed or incised, fruit dots short, curved, indusium delicate, curved, sometimes shaped like a horseshoe. The lady fern is found in all parts of the country. Sometimes it forms a part of the tangle of wild, graceful things which grow close to the roadside fence. Again, in company with the silvery spleenwort, the evergreen wood fern and the spinulous shield fern, forming perhaps a background for the brilliant scarlet clusters of the wild bergamot, it fringes the banks of some amber-colored brook which surprises us with its swift, noiseless flow as we stroll through the woods. Plate 15. Lady fern. Plate 15. Lady fern, a fruiting pinnule B portion of same. The earliest fronds uncurl in May. In June the plant is very graceful and pleasing. When growing in shaded places it is often conspicuous by reason of its bright pink or reddish stalks, which contrast effectively with the delicate green of the foliage. But in later summer, judging by my own experience, the lady fern loses much of its delicacy. Many of its fronds become disfigured and present a rather blotched and coarse appearance. This seems strange in view of the fact that the plant is called by Lowe, a well-known English writer, the Queen of Ferns, and that it is one of the few ferns to which we find reference in literature. Scott pays it the compliment, rarely bestowed upon ferns, of mentioning it by name, where the copsewood is the greenest, where the fountain glistens sheenest, where the morning dew lies longest, there the lady fern grows strongest. In English works devoted to ferns I find at least 2 poems, more remarkable for enthusiasm than for poetic inspiration, in its honor. I quote a portion of the one which occurs in Miss Pratt's Ferns of Great Britain and Their Allies, but seek her not in early May, for a sibyl then she looks, with wrinkled fronds that seem to say, "Shut up are my wizard books." Then search for her in the summer woods, where rills keep moist the ground, where foxgloves from their spotted hoods shake pilfering insects round, when up and clambering all about, the traveller's joy flings forth its snowy awns, that in and out like feathers strew the earth. Fair are the tufts of meadow sweet that haply blossom nigh, fair are the whorls of violet prunella shows hard by, but nor by burn in wood, or vale, grows anything so fair as the plumy crest of emerald pale, that waves in the wind, and soughs in the gale, of the lady fern, when the sunbeams turn to gold her delicate hair. The other, which I give in full, on account of its quaintness, appeared in the Botanical Looker out of Edwin Lee's when in splendor and beauty all nature is crowned. The fern is seen curling half hid in the ground, but of all the green brackens that rise by the burn, commend me alone to the sweet lady fern. Polypody arm indented stands stiff on the rock, with his sore eye exposed to the tempest's rough shock. On the wide, chilly heath Aquilina stands stern, not once to be named with the sweet lady fern. Felix Mars in a circle lifts up his green fronds, and the heath fern delights by the bogs and the ponds. Through their shadowy tufts though with pleasure I turn, the palm must still rest with the fair lady fern. By the fountain I see her just spring into sight, her texture as frail as though shivering with fright. To the water she shrinks, I can scarcely discern in the deep humid shadows the soft lady fern. Where the water is pouring forever she sits, and beside her the ouzel, the kingfisher flits. There, supreme in her beauty, beside the full urn, in the shade of the rock stands the tall lady fern. Noon burns up the mountain, but here by the fall the lady fern flourishes graceful and tall. Hours speed as thoughts rise, without any concern, and float like the spray gliding past the green fern. 25 silvery spleenwort Asplenium thliptroids, Aracrostichoids, Canada to Alabama and westward, in rich woods. 1 to 3 feet high. Fronds. Lance-shaped, tapering both ways from the middle, 1 spinnet, pinny-linear lanceolate, deeply cut into obtuse segments, fruit. Oblong, indusium silvery when young. Entire frond. The silvery spleenwort grows in company with its kinsman, the narrow-leaved spleenwort, and also with many of the aspidiums, such as the spinulous shield fern, the evergreen wood fern, the Christmas and Goldie's fern. I find it growing in large patches in the rich woods, often near water, either in boggy ground or on the very edge of the clear, brown brook. Sometimes it is difficult to detect a single fertile frond in a group of plants covering many square feet of ground. This is probably owing to the deeply shaded situations which it favors, as in sunny exposures I have noticed an abundance of fertile fronds. Plate 16. Upper part of fertile frond of silvery spleenwort. Plate 16. Upper part of fertile frond of silvery spleenwort. B. Portion of fruiting pinna. C. Portion of pinna showing double fruit. Its color is a dull green, the silvery indusia on the lower surfaces of the pinnae giving the plant its English title. Although usually its fronds are larger, their outline, tapering as it does both ways from the middle, somewhat suggests that of the New York fern. It is readily identified, as the oblong or linear fruit. At once proclaim it a spleenwort, and no other member of this tribe has fronds of the same shape. Although it cannot be classed among the rare ferns, it is absent from many promising localities, and is associated in my mind with especially successful expeditions. 26. Rue spleenwort. Wall rue Asplenium rutamuraria, a small rock fern, growing on limestone, Vermont to Michigan and southward. 4 to 7 inches long, with green, slender, tufted stalks. Fronds. Triangular ovate, smooth, evergreen, twice or thrice pinnate below, pinnae cut into stalked pinnules, fruit. Confluent at maturity, covering nearly the whole lower surface of pinnules, Indusium delicate. My first acquaintance with the little Roospleenwort in its own home dates back to the memorable day when we discovered the new station for the Hart's Tongue. Plate 17 Roospleenwort. Plate 17 Roospleenwort. As I have already mentioned in my description of the Purple Cliff Break, on a chance morning call I learned that 25 years before the Roospleenwort and the Purple Cliff Break had been found on certain cliffs which overhung some neighboring falls. On these very cliffs a quarter of a century later we found a few specimens of each plant. The tiny fronds of the Roospleenwort grew from small fissures in the cliffs, flattening themselves against their rocky background. About a month later we returned to the spot for the purpose of securing photographs of the natural gallery where the plants grew. The seamed, overhanging rocks, the neighboring stream plunging nearly 200 feet to the ravine below, the bold opposite cliffs showing here and there through their cloak of trees, and above and beyond the smiling upland pastures, the wood-crowned hills, and the haze-softened valley, had left a picture in the mind that we hoped to reproduce, however inadequately, by means of the camera. This morning we had approached the cliffs from an opposite direction. In climbing a gradual ascent from the bed of the stream, we found a plant of the Roospleenwort which was more vigorous and thrifty than any we had previously seen. In the single tuft, about as large as the palm of one's hand, we counted 4 to 5 green fronds. Their lower surfaces, in many cases, were covered with confluent fruit dots. The plant had much the effect of a rather small specimen of the mountain spleenwort. The short, broad fronds were somewhat leathery, with only a few pinnae. Considering its lack of size, the little cluster, springing from the bare rock, made so definite and interesting a picture that we tried to photograph it as it grew. But after some time spent in striving to secure a foothold for the tripod, and at the same time for the photographer, we gave up the attempt as hopeless. In England the Roospleenwort is found growing on old walls, especially on their northern sides, also on church towers, bridges, and ruins. It is said to be difficult to cultivate. Formerly this fern yielded a decoction which was supposed to be beneficial in attacks of pleurisy and of jaundice. Mountain spleenwort. Mountain spleenwort 27. Mountain spleenwort. Asplenium montanum, Connecticut and New York to Georgia. A small rock fern from 2 to 8 inches long, with stalks brown at base. Fronds ovate lanceolate in outline, somewhat leathery, cut into oblong pinnae, the lower ones of which are cut again into more or less oblong, toothed divisions, the upper ones less and less divided, rachis green, broad, flat, fruit dots linear, short, indusium thin, hidden at length by the sporangia, which mature in July. With us this plant is decidedly rare. New York and Connecticut are given as its northern limits. I have found it only in one locality, in the neighborhood of a mountain lake in Ulster County, NY. Though growing here somewhat abundantly, the fern is so small that, unless your eyes are trained to search every cranny in the hope of some new find, you are not likely to notice it. Even with trained eyes you may readily fancy that the narrow chinks in the cliffs which rise sheerly from the lake are merely patched with moss. But when you have pulled your boat close under the shelving rocks, and have secured a hold that enables you to stand up and examine at leisure the suspicious patches, your heart bounds with delight as you get a near view of the fringe of blue-green, leathery fronds which flatten themselves against the grey cliffs. Apparently only the plants that grow under specially favorable conditions are able to develop fronds that attain a length of 5 or 6 inches. Only in what must have been almost constant shadow, under the shelving rocks, directly above the lake and refreshed always by its moisture, did I find these really attractive, thrifty-looking plants. The specimens, which were located at some distance from the lake, growing in one instance on top of a mountain, again in the shaded crevices of a cliff, were tiny, indefinite-looking plants with nothing to recommend them to any eyes save those of the fern collector. In every instance they grew from fissures in the rocks, rooting apparently in a mere pinch of earth, yet with such tenacity that it would have been very difficult to extract a plant unharmed. In almost every case they were shielded much of the time from exposure to the sun. Plate 18 Mountain Spleenwort. Plate 18 Mountain Spleenwort. A fertile frond. B. A pinna of fertile frond. Mountain Spleenwort. Mountain Spleenwort. The large plants in the immediate vicinity of the lake were noticeably bluish-green in color. It is to be hoped that the few known haunts of the mountain spleenwort will be respected in order that this rare little plant may be preserved. In the shaded crevices of a cliff. In the shaded crevices of a cliff. 28. Ebony spleenwort. Asplenium ebeneum, a platineuron, Maine to Florida and westward, on rocks and hillsides. 9 to 18 inches high, with blackish and shining stalks. Fronds. Upright, narrowly or lanceolate, fertile fronds much the taller, one spinnet, pinnae usually alternate, oblong, finely toothed, the base auricled on the upper or on both sides, fruit. Many, oblong, nearer midvein than margin. Indusium silvery till maturity. The slender fronds of the ebony spleenwort hold themselves with a sort of rigid grace which suggests a combination of delicacy and endurance. Portion of fertile frond. Portion of fertile frond. Fertile pinna magnified. Fertile pinna magnified. It is an attractive plant with an elusiveness of habit which serves, perhaps, to increase its charm. Its range is from Maine to Florida and westward. It is said to prefer limestone soil, and my past experience has proved it a fairly common plant, yet so far this summer, in many expeditions in a part of the country rich in limestone, I have found only one specimen. While last year along the roadsides of Long Island I found its black-stemmed fronds standing erect and slim in crowded ranks under groups of red cedars. In other years it has abounded in localities of a different character, sometimes following its little relative, the maidenhair spleenwort, into moist ravines or along the shelves of shaded rocks, again climbing exposed hillsides, where its fresh beauty is always a surprise. Plate 19 Ebony spleenwort. Plate 19 Ebony spleenwort. The fronds of the ebony spleenwort usually face the sun, even if so doing necessitates the twisting of its stalk. 29 Maidenhair spleenwort. A splenium trichomanes almost throughout North America. A small rock fern, 4 to 12 inches long, with purplish-brown and shining, thread-like stalks. Fronds. Linear in outline, somewhat rigid, one spinnet, pinny roundish or oval, unequal-sided, attached to rachis by a narrow point, entire or toothed, fruit. Short, oblong, narrowed at the ends, 3 to 6 on each side of the midrib, sporangia dark brown when ripe, indusium delicate. Fertile pinny in childhood. The delicate little fronds and dark, glistening, thread-like stalks of the maidenhair spleenwort seemed to me a token of the mysterious, ecstatic presence of the deeper woods, of woods where dark hemlocks arched across the rock-broken stream, where the spongy ground was carpeted with low, nameless plants with white-veined or shining leaves and coral-like berries, where precious red-cupped mosses covered the fallen tree trunks and strange birds sang unknown songs. Perhaps because in those days it was a rare plant to be met with on rare occasions, in a spirit of breathless exultation, I almost begrudge finding it now on shaded cliffs close to the highway. Maidenhair spleenwort. Certainly it seems lovelier when it holds itself somewhat aloof from the beaten paths. One of its favorite haunts is a mossy cliff which forms part of a ravine of singular beauty. Along the base of this cliff foams a rushing stream on its way to the valley. Overhead stretch branches of hemlock, cedar, and basswood. On the broader shelves the mountain maple, the silver birch, and the hobblebush secure a precarious foothold. Below, rare sunbeams bring out rich patches of color on the smooth, muscular trunks of the beeches. Close to the water, perhaps, wheel a pair of spotted sandpipers, now lighting on the rocks in order to secure some insect, now tilting backward and forward with the comical motion peculiar to them, now gliding swiftly along the pebbly shore till their brown and gray and white coats are lost in the brown and gray and white of shore, rock, and water. Lower pinny in such a retreat as this ravine the maidenhair spleenwort seems peculiarly at home. Its tufted fronds have a fresh greenness that is a delight to the eye as they spring from little pockets or crannies too shallow, we would suppose, for the necessary moisture and nourishment. Its near companions are the walking fern, whose tapering, leaf-like, blue-green fronds leap along the shelving ledge above, and the bulblet bladder fern, which seems to gush from every crevice of the cliff. Upper pinny 30. Green spleenwort. A splenium viride. Northern New England, west and northward, on shaded rocks. A few inches to nearly a foot long, with tufted stalks, brownish below, green above. Fronds. Linear lanceolate, one spinnet, pale green, pinny ovate, toothed, midvein indistinct and forking, fruit. Oblong, indusium straight or curved. Plate XX green spleenwort. Plate XX green spleenwort. The green spleenwort in general appearance resembles the maidenhair spleenwort. Perhaps its most distinguishing feature is its stalk, which, though brown below, becomes green above, while that of its little relative is dark and shining throughout. Its discovery on Mount Mansfield, VT, by Mr. Pringle gave it a place in the flora of the United States, as is shown in the following passage from Mr. Pringle's address before the Vermont Botanical Club. On this first visit to Mount Mansfield, my work was restricted to the crest of the great mountain. About the cool and shaded cliffs in front of the summit house were then first brought to my view Aspidium fragrans, and Asplenium viride, for I was still on my fern hunt. The finding of the former added a species to the Vermont catalogue, the latter was an addition to the flora of the United States. Such little discoveries gave joy to the young collector. Fertile pinny 31. Scott's spleenwort Asplenium ebenoides Connecticut to the Mississippi and southward to Alabama, on limestone. 4 to 12 inches long, with blackish and shining stalks. Frons. Lanceolate, tapering to a long, narrow apex, generally pinnate below, pinnatifid above, fruit dots straight or slightly curved, indusium narrow. Plate XXI Scott's spleenwort Plate XXI Scott's spleenwort. The known stations of this curious little plant are usually in the immediate neighborhood of the walking leaf and the ebony spleenwort, of which ferns it is supposed to be a hybrid. The long, narrow apex occasionally forming a new plant, and the irregular fruit dots remind one of the walking leaf, while the lustrous black stalk, the free veins, and the pinnate portions of the fronds suggest the ebony spleenwort. Scott's spleenwort matures in August. It is rare and local, except in Alabama. The fact, however, that it has been discovered in widely distant localities east of the Mississippi should lend excitement to fern expeditions in any of our limestone neighborhoods where we see its chosen associates, the walking leaf and the ebony spleenwort. To find a new station for this interesting little fern, even if it consisted of one or two plants only, as is said to have been the case at Canaan, Con, would well repay the fatigue of the longest tramp. 32 Pinnatifid spleenwort Asplenium pinnatifidum New Jersey and Pennsylvania to Illinois, and southward to Alabama and Arkansas, on rocks. 4 to 14 inches long, with polished stalks, blackish below, green above, when young somewhat chaffy below. Frons. Broadly lance-shaped, tapering to a long, slender point, pinnatifid or pinnate below, pinny rounded or the lowest tapering to a point, fruit dots straight or somewhat curved, indusium straight or curved. Plate XXII pinnatifid spleenwort Plate XXII pinnatifid spleenwort. This plant resembles the walking leaf to such an extent that formerly it was not considered a separate species. The long, slender apex of its frond, which, it is said, sometimes takes root, as in the walking leaf, gave ground for its confusion with that fern. But the tapering apex of the frond of the pinnatifid spleenwort is not so long and the veins of the frond are free. The pinnatifid spleenwort grows on rocks. Its usual companions are the mountain spleenwort and the maidenhair spleenwort. Williamson tells us that, though it is quite common in Kentucky, he has never found a frond which rooted at the apex. Eaton, however, speaks of one or two instances of a slight enlargement of the apex, as if there were an attempt to form a proliferous bud. 33 Bradley's spleenwort a splenium Bradleyi New York to Georgia and Alabama, westward to Arkansas, on rocks preferring limestone. 6 to 10 inches long, with slender, chestnut brown stalks. Fronds. Oblong lanceolate or oblong, tapering to a point, pinnate, pinny oblong ovate, lobed or pinnatifid, fruit. Short, near the midrib, indusium delicate. To my knowledge the only place in the northeastern states where this rare and local species has been collected is near Newburgh, NY, where Dr. Eaton found a plant growing on lime rock in 1864. Plate 23 Bradley's spleenwort. Plate 23 Bradley's spleenwort a fertile pinna 34. Walking fern. Walking leaf Camptosaurus rhizophilus Canada to North Carolina and westward, on shaded rocks, preferring limestone. 4 to 18 inches long, with light green stalks. Fronds. Simple, lanceolate, long tapering toward the apex, usually heart-shaped at base, the apex often rooting and forming a new plant, fruit. Oblong or linear, irregularly scattered on the lower surface of the frond, indusium thin. Walking leaf. To its unusual and suggestive title, this plant undoubtedly owes much of the interest which it seems to arouse in the minds of those who do not profess to be fern lovers. A friend tells me that as a child, eagerly on the lookout for this apparently active little plant, he was so much influenced by its title that he thought it might be advantageous to secure a butterfly net as an aid in its capture. I find that older people as well are tempted to unwanted energy if promised a glimpse of the walking fern. Then, too, the scarcity of the plant in many localities, or, indeed, its entire absence from certain parts of the country, gives it a reputation for rarity which is one of the most certain roads to fame. Portion of fertile frond. For many years I was unable to track it to any of its haunts. During a summer spent in Rensselaer County, NY, the walking leaf was the object of various expeditions. I recall one drive of 25 miles devoted to hunting up a rumored station. At the end of the day, which turned out cold and rainy, and fruitless so far as its special object was concerned, I felt inclined to believe that the plant had justified its title and had walked out of the neighborhood. Yet, after all, no such expedition, even with wind and weather against one, as in this case, is really fruitless. The sharp watch along the roadside, the many little expeditions into inviting pastures, up promising cliffs, over moss-grown boulders, down to the rocky border of the brook, are sure to result in discoveries of value or in moments of delight. A flower yet unnamed, a butterfly beautiful as a gem, an unfamiliar bird song traced to its source, a new, suggestive outlook over the well-known valley, and, later, a sleep pleasant with all the influences of long hours in the open air. Any or all of these results may be ours, and go to make the day count. Finally, one September afternoon, shortly before leaving the neighborhood, we resolved upon a last search, in quite a new direction. Several miles from home, at a fork in the road, standing in a partially wooded pasture, we noticed just such a large, shaded rock, with mossy ledges, as had filled us with vain hopes many times. J suggested a closer examination, which I discouraged, remembering previous disappointments. But something in the look of the great boulder provoked his curiosity, so over the fence and up the ledges he scrambled. Almost his first resting place was a projecting shelf which was carpeted with a mat of bluish-green foliage. It needed only a moment's investigation to identify the leathery, tapering fronds of the walking fern. No one who has not spent hours in some such search as this can sympathize with the delight of those moments. We fairly gloated over the quaint little plants, following with our fingers the slender tips of the fronds till they rooted in the moss, starting another generation on its life journey, and earning for itself the title of walking leaf or walking fern. Although since then I have found the walking leaf frequently, and in great abundance, I do not remember ever to have seen it make so fine a display. The plants were unusually large and vigorous, and the aspect of the matted tufts was uncommonly luxuriant. To be sure, some allowance must be made for the glamour of a first meeting. We fairly gloated over the quaint little plants. We fairly gloated over the quaint little plants. The walking leaf grows usually on limestone rocks, though it has been found on sandstone, shale, and conglomerate as well. I have also seen it on the stumps of decaying trees near limestone cliffs in central New York, where it is a common plant, creeping along the shaded, mossy ledges above star-like tufts of the maidenhair spleenwort and fragile clusters of the slender cliff brake, venturing to the brook's edge with sprays of the bulblet bladder fern, and climbing the turreted summits of the hills close to the purple cliff brake. Although without the grace of the maidenhair, the delicacy of certain of the spleenworts, or the stately beauty of the shield ferns, the oddity and sturdiness of this little plant are bound to make it a favorite everywhere. Occasionally a plant is found which will keep up its connection with 2 or 3 generations, that is, a frond will root at the apex, forming a new plant, the second generation. This will also send out a rooting frond which gives birth to a new plant, the third generation, before the 2 first fronds have decayed at their tips so as to sever the connection. At times forking fronds are found, these forks also rooting occasionally at their tips. 35 Hart's tongue Scalopendrium vulgare, S. Scalopendrium, shaded ravines under limestone cliffs in central New York and near South Pittsburgh, 10. A few inches to nearly 2 feet long, with stalks which are chaffy below and sometimes to the base of the leaf. Fronds. Narrowly oblong, undivided, from a somewhat heart-shaped base, bright green, fruit. Linear, elongated, a row on either side of the midrib and at right angles to it, indusium appearing to be double. When Gray describes a fern as very rare and Dr. Britton limits it to 2 small stations in neighboring counties in the whole northern United States, the fern lover looks forward with a sense of eager anticipation to seeing it for the first time. Tip of fertile frond during a week spent at Cazenovia, NY, a few years ago, I learned that the rare hart's tongue grew at Chittenango Falls, only 4 miles away. But my time was limited, and on a single brief visit to the picturesque spot where the broad Chittenden stream dashes over cliffs 150 feet high, losing itself in the wild, wooded glen below on its journey to the distant valley, I did little more than revel in the beauty of the foaming mass which for many days haunted me like a passion. I saw no signs of the plant which has done almost as much as the sounding cataract to make the spot famous. Heart's tongue, the combined recollection of the beautiful falls and the for me undiscovered fern, joined to the fact that Madison and the adjoining Onondaga County are favorite hunting grounds for the fern lover on account of the many species which they harbor, drew us to Cazenovia for the summer 2 years later. Guided by the explicit directions of Mr. J. H. Tennick, a fern enthusiast who is always ready to share with others, of whose good faith he is assured, his enjoyment of the hiding places of his favorites, we found at last the Heart's Tongue in its own home. If Mr. Burr's kindness in sending me some fine pressed specimens, and the illustrations I had seen in various books, had not already made me familiar with the general look of the plant, the long, undivided, tongue-like fronds, so different from one's preconceived notion of a fern, would have been a great surprise. Even now, although I have visited many times its hidden retreats, and have noted with delight every detail of its glossy, vigorous growth, it seems to me always as rare and unusual as it did the first day I found it. At Chittenden Falls the Heart's Tongue grows a few yards from the base of bold, overhanging limestone cliffs, the tops of which are fringed by pendant roots of the red cedar. Nearly always it is caught beneath moss-grown fragments of the fallen limestone, the bright green, undulating, glossy leaves either standing almost erect, curving outward slightly above, or else falling over toward the slope of the land so as to present a nearly prostrate appearance. At times these fronds are very numerous, as many as 50 to a plant, forming great clumps of foliage. Again we find a plant with only half a dozen or even fewer green fronds. At maturity the linear, bright brown fruit dots, a row on either side the midrib, are conspicuous on the lower surfaces of the fronds. This haunt of the Heart's Tongue is shaded by a growth of tall basswoods and maples, of sturdy oaks and hemlocks. The neighboring cliffs are draped with the slender fronds of the bulblet bladder fern. On every side rise the tall crowns of the omnipresent evergreen wood fern. Lower down, close to the rushing stream which we see mistily through the green branches, its roar always in our ears, grow the walking leaf and the maidenhair. The little polypody climbs over the rocks and perches contentedly on the spreading roots of trees, while a few fragile plants of the slender cliff brake, something of a rarity in these parts, are fastened to the mossy ledges. The other published northern station of the Heart's Tongue is at Jamesville, some 15 miles from Chittenden Falls, near a small sheet of water known commonly as Green Pond, christened botanically Scalopendrium Lake. Here also it grows among the talus at the foot of limestone cliffs. The plants which I found in this locality were less luxuriant than those at Chittenden Falls. They grow in more exposed, less shaded spots. Scalopendrium lake has become somewhat famous in the world of fern students by reason of Mr. Underwood's claim that in its immediate vicinity, within a radius of 50 rods from the water's edge, the lake being a mere pond, grow 27 different kinds of ferns, while within a circle whose diameter is not over 3 miles 34 species have been found. During this one day we gave to the neighborhood, we could not hope to find so great a number, the result, perhaps, of many days' investigation, and were forced to content ourselves with the 21 species we did find. In his list Mr. Underwood marks the purple cliff brake as found but once, so I judge he did not discover the station on the turreted cliffs close by where it grows in extravagant profusion, producing fronds not only much longer and finer than I had seen elsewhere, but superior to those pictured in the illustrated books. During the same summer, on an expedition to Perryville Falls, which we had planned for the express purpose of finding the Roosbleenwort and the Purple Cliff Brake, a new station was discovered for the Hart's Tongue. To Miss Murray Ledyard, of Cazenovia, belongs the honor of finding the first plants in this locality. We had been successful in the original object of our journey, and had crossed the stream in order to examine the opposite cliffs. J and I, curious to study the wet wall of rock close to the sheer white veil of water, which fell more than 100 feet, finally secured an unsubstantial foothold among graceful tufts of the greenish, lily-like flowers, which ought to receive a more homely and appropriate title than Zygadinus elegans. Having satisfied ourselves that the mossy crevices harbored no plants of the slender cliff brake, now the immediate object of our search, we followed the natural path beneath the overhanging rock and above the sheer descent to the ravine, examining the cliffs as we cautiously picked our way. Miss Ledyard had remained below, and suddenly we heard her give a triumphant shout, followed by the joyful announcement that she had found the Hart's Tongue. The station being previously quite unknown, this was a most interesting discovery. On entering the ravine we had discussed its possibility, but I had fancied that any hope of it would be unfounded, as I supposed the ground had been thoroughly canvassed by the many botanists who had visited the neighborhood. The plants were still young, but large and vigorous, growing in a partial opening among the basswoods, maples, and beeches, on a steep slope covered with fragments of limestone, some 30 or 40 feet from the base of the cliffs. We must have found from 20 to 30 plants within a radius of as many feet. Unfortunately, as it turned out, the discovery found its way to the columns of the local paper, and on our return to the station, some weeks later our eager expectation of seeing the young plants in the splendor of maturity was crushed by finding that the spot had been ruthlessly invaded and a number of the finest plants had disappeared. Before long it will be necessary for botanists to form a secret society, with vows of silence as to fern localities and some sort of lynch law for the punishment of vandals. This fern, so rare with us, is a common plant in Europe, its fronds attaining at times a length of 2 or 3 feet. In Ireland and the Channel Islands it is especially abundant. In Devonshire, England, it is described as growing on the tops and at the sides of walls, hanging from old ruins, dropping down its long, green fronds into the cool and limpid water of roadside wells hewn out of the rock, often exposed to the full blaze of the sun, but always in such cases dwindled down to a tiny size, the fern paradise. The hart's tongue has been known as the caterpillar fern and the seaweed fern. 36 Virginia chain fern Woodwardia virginica swampy places, often in deep water, from Maine to Florida. 2 to more than 3 feet high. Fronds. 1 Spinnet, pinnatifid, with oblong segments, fruit. Oblong, in chain-like rows along the midrib both of the pinnae and of the lobes, confluent when ripe, indusium fixed by its outer margin, opening on the side next the midrib. Emerging from the shade and silence of a little wood upon the rolling downs where one has glimpses of the blue bay, our attention is attracted by a tall fern beside the path, growing among a tangle of shrubs and vines. It does not grow in symmetrical crowns or tufts like an osmunda, but its fronds are almost as handsome, the divisions being wider apart and more scattered. Turning over 2 or 3 of the rather glossy fronds, we find a rusty-backed, fertile frond, covered on one side with the regular chain-like rows of fruit. Which make its name of chain fern seem very appropriate and descriptive. Plate Xiv upper part of frond of Virginia chain fern. Plate Xiv upper part of frond of Virginia chain fern. A portion of fertile pinna. B-tip of fertile pinna. In the low, damp ground near the coast one may expect to find this fern, its haunts, where the narrow path winds between tall masses of sweet pepper bush and wet meadows where pogonia and calopogon delight us in July, and the white-fringed orchids may be found in later summer, are among the most beautiful of the many beautiful kinds of country that the fern and flower lover knows, to which his feet stray inevitably in the season of green things, and which are the solace of his inward eye when that season is past. Group 6 Fertile and sterile fronds, leaf-like and usually similar, fruit. Round 37. New York fern Aspidium noveboracense, Dryopteris noveboracensis, Newfoundland to South Carolina, in woods and open meadows. 1 to more than 2 feet high, with stalks shorter than the fronds. Fronds. Lance-shaped, tapering both ways from the middle pinnet, pinnae lance-shaped, the lowest pairs shorter and deflexed, divided into flat, oblong lobes which are reflexed over the fruit. Round, distinct, near the margin, indusium minute. At times the pale green fronds of the New York fern throng to the roadside, which is flanked by a tangled thicket of osmundas, wild roses, and elder bushes. Again, they stay quietly at home in the open marsh or in the shadow of the hemlocks and cedars, where they have fragrant pyrola and pipsiswa for company, and where the long, melancholy note of the pewee breaks the silence. This plant is easily distinguished from the marsh fern by the noticeable tapering at both ends of its frond, and by the flat instead of reflexed margins to the lobes of the fertile pinnae. Plate XXV New York fern. Plate XXV New York fern. A portion of fertile pinna. B-tip of pinna showing veining 38. Marsh fern Aspidium thlipteris, Dryopteris thlipteris, New Brunswick to Florida, in wet woods and swamps. 1 to nearly 3 feet high. Fronds. Lance-shaped, slightly downy, 1 spinnet, fertile fronds longer stalked than the sterile, pinny, the lower ones hardly smaller than the others, cut into oblong, entire lobes, which are obtuse in the sterile fronds, but appear acute in the fertile ones from the strongly revolute margins, veins once or twice forked, fruit. Small, round, halfway between midvein and margin, or nearer margin, soon confluent, indusium small. In our wet woods and open swamps, and occasionally in dry pastures, the erect, fresh green fronds of the marsh fern grow abundantly. The lowest pinnae are set so high on the long slender stem as to give the fern the appearance of trying to keep dry, daintily holding its skirts out of the mud as it were. The plant's range is wide. As I pick my way through marshy inland woods, using as bridges the fallen trunks and interlacing roots of trees, its bright fronds standing nearly 3 feet high, crowd about me. Close by, securing, like myself, a firmer foothold by the aid of the tree's roots, I notice the flat, mottled green and white rosettes and the slender wands of flowers of the rattlesnake orchid. In the open swamps beyond the fern's companion is another orchid, the lady's tresses, with braided spikes of white, and in this case deliciously fragrant flowers. Marsh fern in open marshes near the sea. I find this plant associating itself with the violet-scented adder's mouth, with glistening sundew, and with gaudy Turk's cap lilies. From the New York fern it may be distinguished easily by the somewhat abrupt instead of tapering base of the frond, by the strongly revolute margins of the fertile frond, and by its long stalk. Plate XXVI marsh fern. Plate XXVI marsh fern. Fertile frond. Sterile frond. From the Massachusetts fern it may be distinguished by its forked veins, the less revolute margins of the fertile frond, and by its thicker texture and deeper green. 39 Massachusetts fern. Aspidium simulatum, Dryopteris simulata, New Hampshire to the Indian Territory, in wooded swamps. 1 to more than 3 feet high. Fronds. Oblong, lance-shaped, little or not at all narrowed at the base, rather thin, pinnet, pinny, lance-shaped, cut into oblong, obtuse segments, which are slightly reflexed in the fertile fronds, veins not forked, fruit. Rather large, somewhat distant, indusium withering persistent. This species closely resembles the marsh fern. The less revolute margins of the fertile frond, the simple veins, its thinner texture, and its more distant fruit. Aid in its identification. It is found in woodland swamps from New Hampshire to the Indian Territory. Plate Xxae spinulus wood fern. Plate Xxae spinulus wood fern. Aspidium spinulosum, var. Intermedium. A portion of fertile pinnule 40. Spinulus wood fern. Aspidium spinulosum, Dryopteris spinulosa, Newfoundland to Kentucky. The common European type, rare in North America. 1 to 2.5 feet high, with stalks having a few pale brown deciduous scales. Fronds. Lance-ovate, twispinnet, pinnae oblique to the rachis, elongated triangular, the lower ones broadly triangular, pinnules oblique to the midrib, connected by a narrow wing, cut into thorny-toothed segments, fruit dots round, indusium smooth, without marginal glands, soon withering. To my knowledge I have only seen this fern in the herbarium, it being rare in this country. It is found, I have been told, chiefly toward the tops of mountains. Its pinnae are noticeably ascending. Va. Intermedium, D. spinulosa intermedia, Labrador to North Carolina, in woods almost everywhere. Usually large, with somewhat chaffy stalks, having brown, dark-centered scales. Frons. Oblong ovate, 2 to 3 pinnate, pinnae oblong lance-shaped, spreading, rather distant, the lowest unequally triangular, the pinnules on the lower side longer than those on the upper side, pinnules ovate oblong, spreading, with oblong lobes thorny-toothed at the apex, fruit dots round, indusium delicate, beset with tiny stalked glands. This is the form of the species that abounds in our woods. Perhaps no one plant does more for their beauty than this stately fern, whose rich green, outward curving fronds spring in circles from fallen trees and decaying stumps as well as from the ground. Plate Xxate boots shield fern. Plate Xxate boots shield fern, a tip of fertile pinna. The plant varies greatly in height, breadth, and way of holding itself. Sometimes the fronds stand 3 feet high, and are broad and spreading. Again, they are tall, slender, and somewhat erect. Again, they are not more than a foot high. At its best it grows with almost tropical luxuriance and is a plant of rare beauty, its fronds having a certain featheriness of aspect uncommon in the aspidiums. Va. Dilatatum, D. spinulosa dilatata, Newfoundland to North Carolina, chiefly in the mountains. Frons. Usually large, broader at base than in either of the preceding species, ovate or triangular ovate, oftenest thrice pinnate, pinnules lance oblong, the lowest often much elongated, fruit dots round, indusium smooth. This form of the spinulous wood fern is distinguished chiefly by its broader fronds and by the smooth indusia. As these indusia can be seen satisfactorily only by the aid of a magnifying glass, there is frequently some difficulty in distinguishing this variety. Occasionally it occurs in a dwarf state, fruiting when only a few inches high. 41 Boots shield fern. Aspidium bootii, Dryopteris bootii, Nova Scotia to Maryland, about ponds and in wet places. 1½ to more than 3 feet high, with somewhat chaffy stalks which have pale brown scales. Frons. Long lance-shaped, somewhat narrowed at base, nearly or quite twice pinnate, pinnae, the lowest triangular ovate, upper longer and narrower, pinnules oblong ovate, sharply thorny-toothed, somewhat pinnatifid below, fruit dots round, indusium slightly glandular. Plate Xixix crested shield fern. Plate Xixix crested shield fern. A pinna. B portion of fertile pinna. Boots shield fern is found in moist woods and near ponds. It is distinguished by its long, narrow fronds and minutely glandular indusium. 42 Crested shield fern. Aspidium cristatum, Dryopteris cristata, Newfoundland to Kentucky, in swamps. 1 to more than 3 feet high, with stalks which are chaffy, especially below, and which have light brown scales, stalks of sterile fronds much shorter than those of fertile fronds. Fronds. Linear oblong or lance-shaped, nearly twice pinnate, fertile ones taller and longer stalked than the sterile, pinnae, of the fertile frond, turning their faces toward the apex of the frond, rather short, lance-shaped or triangular oblong, deeply impressed with veins, cut deeply into oblong, obtuse, finely toothed divisions, fruit. Large, round, halfway between midvein and margin, indusium large, flat. In wet woods, growing either from the ground or from the trunks of fallen trees, and also in open meadows, we notice the tall, slender, dark green, somewhat lustrous fronds of the crested shield fern, usually distinguished easily from its kinsman by the noticeably upward-turning pinnae of the fertile fronds, and by the deep impression made by the veins on their upper surfaces. The sterile fronds are much shorter than the fertile ones. They are evergreen, lasting through the winter after the fertile fronds have perished. Near the crested shield fern we find often many of its kinsmen, broad, feathery fronds of the spinulous wood fern, more slender ones of Booth's shield fern, great tufts made by the magnificent bright green fronds of Goldie's fern, symmetrical circles of vigorous evergreen wood fern, and shining clusters of the Christmas fern. All these plants, belonging to the one tribe, seek the same moist, shaded retreats, and form a group of singular beauty and vigor. Plate XXX part of Clinton's wood fern. Plate XXX part of Clinton's wood fern. A portion of fertile pinna 43. Clinton's wood fern. Aspidium cristatum, var. Clintonianum, Dryopteris cristata clintoniana. Maine to New Jersey and Pennsylvania, in swampy woods. 2.5 to 4 feet high. Fronds. Larger in every way than those of the crested shield fern, nearly twice pinnate, pinnae broadest at base, cut into from 8 to 16 pairs of linear oblong, obtuse, obscurely toothed divisions, fruit. Large, round, near the midvein, indusium orbicular, smooth. This is a much larger and more showy plant than the crested shield fern. Its tall, broad, hardy-looking fronds are found in our moist woods. While not rare, it is exclusive in its habits, and cannot be classed with such everyday finds as its kinsmen, the marsh, spinulous, evergreen, and Christmas ferns. Plate XXXI part of fertile frond of Goldie's fern. Plate XXXI part of fertile frond of Goldie's fern. A portion of a fertile pinna 44. Goldie's fern. Aspidium goldianum, Dryopteris goldiana, New Brunswick to North Carolina and Tennessee, in rich woods. 2 to more than 4 feet high, with stalks which are chaffy near the base. Fronds. Broadly ovate, the early sterile ones much broader in proportion and smaller, usually a foot or more wide, one spinnate, pinnae pinnatifid, broadest in the middle. The distinction from Clinton's wood fern, the divisions, about 20 pairs, oblong linear, slightly toothed, fruit. Very near the midvein, indusium very large, orbicular. In the golden twilight of the deeper woods this stately plant unfurls its tall, broad, bright green fronds, studded on their backs with the round fruit dots which are so noticeable in this aspidium, adding much to their attractiveness by the suggestion of fertility. This plant ranks with the osmundas and with the ostrich fern in size and vigorous beauty. Its retiring habits give it a reputation for rarity or at least for exclusiveness. Plate xxy evergreen wood fern. Plate xxy evergreen wood fern, a tip of fertile pinna B magnified fruit dot, showing indusium and sporangia 45. Evergreen wood fern. Marginal shield fern Aspidium marginale, Dryopteris marginalis, Canada to Alabama, in rocky woods. A few inches to 3 feet high, with more or less chaffy stalks having shining scales. Fronds dot, ovate oblong, smooth, thick, somewhat leathery, once or twice pinnate. Pinnae lance-shaped or triangular ovate, tapering at the end, cut into pinnules. Pinnules oblong, entire, or toothed, fruit dots large, round, close to the margin, indusium large, convex, persistent. Above the black leaf mold in our rocky northern woods rise the firm, graceful crowns formed by the blue-green fronds of the evergreen wood fern. The plant bears a family likeness to the crested shield fern, but its conspicuously marginal fruit dots identify it at sight. It is interesting to read that it comes nearer being a tree fern than any other of our species, the caudex covered by the bases of fronds of previous seasons, sometimes resting on bare rocks for 4 or 5 inches without roots or fronds. See Eaton, p. 70. This peculiarity in the plant's growth is often striking and certainly suggests the tree ferns of the greenhouse. Frequently in this species I notice what is more or less common to nearly all ferns, the exquisite contrast in the different shades of green worn by the younger and older fronds and the charming effect produced when the deep green of the center of a frond shades away in the most delicate manner toward its apex and the tips of its pinnules. As its English title signifies, the evergreen wood fern flourishes throughout the winter. In one of the October entries in his journal, Thoreau records his satisfaction in the endurance of the hardy ferns, now they are conspicuous amid the withered leaves. You are inclined to approach and raise each frond in succession, moist, trembling, fragile greenness. They linger thus in all moist, clammy swamps under the bare maples and grapevines and witch hazels, and about each trickling spring that is half choked with fallen leaves. What means this persistent vitality? Why were these spared when the brakes and osmundas were stricken down? They stay as if to keep up the spirits of the cold-blooded frogs which have not yet gone into the mud, that the summer may die with decent and graceful moderation. Is not the water of the spring improved by their presence? They fall back and droop here and there like the plumes of departing summer, of the departing year. Even in them I feel an argument for immortality. Death is so far from being universal. The same destroyer does not destroy all. How valuable they are, with the lycopodiums, for cheerfulness. Greenness at the end of the year, after the fall of the leaf, a hale old age. To my eye they are tall and noble as palm groves, and always some forest nobleness seems to have its haunt under their umbrage. All that was immortal in the swamp herbage seems here crowded into smaller compass, the concentrated greenness of the swamp. How dear they must be to the chickadee and the rabbit. The cool, slowly retreating rearguard of the swamp army. 46 Fragrant shield fern Aspidium fragrans, Dryopteris fragrans, northern New England to Wisconsin and northward, on rocks. 5 to 16 inches long, with very chaffy stalks having brown, glossy scales. Frons. Lance-shaped, tapering to a point, nearly twice pinnate, fragrant, pinny oblong lanceolate, pinnatifid, fruit dots round, large, indusium large and thin. The fragrant shield fern thrives in a colder climate than that chosen by many of its kinsmen. Though found in the White Mountains, in the Green Mountains, where it climbs to an elevation of 4,000 feet, in the Adirondacks, and in other special localities of about the same latitude, yet it is rare till we journey farther north. It loves the crevices of shaded cliffs or mossy rocks, often thriving best in the neighborhood of rushing brooks and waterfalls. Frequently it seems to seek the most inaccessible spots, as if anxious to evade discovery. Mr. J. A. Bates, of Randolph, VT, writes that he first saw this little plant through a telescope from the piazza of the Summit House on Mount Mansfield on an apparently inaccessible ledge, the only instance in my experience when the fern student has sought this method of observation, suggesting ferns through a spyglass as a companion volume to birds through an opera glass. But even the most carefully chosen spots are not safe from invasion, as Mr. Bates tells us, for some unprincipled persons, having felled neighboring trees and constructed a rude ladder, have succeeded in uprooting every plant from the fragrant shield fern cliff on Mount Mansfield. Like the plumes of departing summer, like the plumes of departing summer, plate XXXIII fragrant shield fern, plate XXXIII fragrant shield fern, a portion of fertile pinna. The fronds of the fragrant shield fern grow in a crown and the fertile ones fruit in great abundance. Eaton writes as follows touching the fragrance of this fern and its use as a beverage: the pleasant odor of this plant remains many years in the herbarium. The early writers compare the fragrance to that of raspberries, and Mild repeats the observation. Hooker and Greville thought it not unlike that of the common primrose. Maximowicz states that the odor is sometimes lacking. Mild quotes Rydowski as saying that the Yakuts of Siberia use the plant in place of tea, and, having tried the experiment myself, I can testify to the not unpleasant and very fragrant astringency of the infusion. The following delightful description of the fragrant shield fern was written by Mr. C. G. Pringle, and is taken from Meehan's Native Flowers and Ferns, in the several stations of Aspidium fragrans among the Green Mountains which I have explored. The plant is always seen growing from the crevices or on the narrow shelves of dry cliffs. Not often such cliffs as are exposed to the sunlight, unless it be on the summits of the mountains, but usually such cliffs as are shaded by firs, and notably such as overhang mountain rivulets and waterfalls. When I visit such places in summer, the niches occupied by the plants are quite dry. I think it would be fatal to the plant if much spray should fall on it during the season of its active growth. When you enter the shade and solitude of the haunts of this fern, its presence is betrayed by its resinous odor. Looking up the face of the cliff, usually mottled with lichens and moss, you see it often far above your reach hanging against the rock, masses of dead brown fronds, the accumulations of many years, preserved by the resinous principle which pervades them, for the fronds, as they disport regularly about the elongating cortex, fall right and left precisely like a woman's hair. Above the tuft of drooping dead fronds, which radiate from the center of the plant, grow from 6 to 20 green fronds, which represent the growth of the season, those of the preceding year dying toward autumn. 47 Bronze holly fern Aspidium aculeatum, var. Braunii, Dryopteris braunii, Canada to Maine, the mountains of Pennsylvania and westward, in deep rocky woods. 1 to more than 2 feet long, with chaffy stalks, having brown scales. Fronds. Thick, twispinate, pinnulanceolate, tapering both ways, pinnules covered with hairs and scales, truncate, nearly rectangular at the base, fruit dots roundish, small, mostly near the midveins, indusium orbicula, entire. This fern is said to have been first discovered by Frederick Persch in 1807 in Smuggler's Notch, Mount Mansfield, VT. In the Green Mountains and in the Catskills several stations have been established. It has been found also in the Adirondacks and in Oswego County, NY, and it is now reported as common in the rocky woods of northern Maine, and by mountain brooks in northern New England. Bronze holly fern is one of the numerous varieties of the prickly shield fern or aculeatum, D. aculeata. Though few of our fern students will have an opportunity to follow the prickly shield fern through all the forms it assumes in different parts of the world, yet undoubtedly many of them will have the pleasure of seeing in one of its lonely and lovely haunts our own variety, bronze holly fern. Plate Xxiv Bronze holly fern. Plate Xxiv Bronze holly fern. A portion of pinna B fertile pinnule, Indusia Gon 48. Common polypody. Snake fern Polypodium vulgare almost throughout North America, on rocks. A few inches to more than a foot high. Fronds. Oblong, smooth, somewhat leathery, cut into narrowly oblong, usually obtuse divisions which almost reach the rachis, fruit dots large, round, halfway between the midrib and margin, indusium, none. Polypody. Strangely enough, the polypody, one of our most abundant and ubiquitous ferns, is not rightly named, if it is noticed at all, by 9 out of 10 people who come across it in the woods or along the roadside. Yet the plant has a charm peculiarly its own, a charm arising partly from its vigor, from the freshness of its youth and the endurance of its old age, partly from its odd outlines, and partly from its usual environment, which entitles it to a more ready and universal recognition. The cheerful community of the polypody, as Thoreau calls it, thrives best on the flat surfaces of rocks. I recall the base of certain great cliffs where the rocky fragments, looking as though hurled from above by playful giants, are thickly covered with these plants, their rich foliage softening into beauty otherwise rugged outlines. Usually the plant is found in somewhat shaded places. Occasionally it grows on the trunks of trees and on fallen logs, as well as on rocks and cliffs. Tip of fertile frond. Tip of fertile frond. A few weeks ago I found its fronds prettily curtaining the cleverly hidden nest of a pair of black and white creepers. It is with good reason that these birds are noted for their skill in concealing their dwelling place. This special afternoon, when persuaded by their nervous chirps and flutterings about the rocky perch where I was sitting that the young ones were close by, I began an investigation of my precipitous and very slippery surroundings which was not rewarded for an hour or more. Not till I had climbed several feet over the side of the cliff to a narrow shelf below, broken through a thicket of blueberries, and pushed aside the tufts of polypody which hid the entrance to the dark crevice in the rocks beyond, did I discover the little nest holding the baby creepers. Thoreau writes of the polypody with peculiar sympathy. It is very pleasant and cheerful nowadays, when the brown and withered leaves strew the ground and almost every plant is fallen withered, to come upon a patch of polypody, on some rocky hillside in the woods, where, in the midst of dry and rustling leaves, defying frost, it stands so freshly green and full of life. The mere greenness, which was not remarkable in the summer, is positively interesting now. My thoughts are with the polypody a long time after my body has passed. Why is not this form copied by our sculptors instead of the foreign acanthus leaves and bays? How fit for a tuft about the base of a column! The sight of this unwithering green leaf excites me like red at some seasons. Are not wood frogs the philosophers who frequent these groves? Methinks I imbibe a cool, composed, frog-like philosophy when I behold them. The form of the polypody is strangely interesting, it is even outlandish. Some forms, though common in our midst, are thus perennially foreign as the growth of other latitudes. The bare outline of the polypody thrills me strangely. It only perplexes me. Simple as it is as strange as an Oriental character. It is quite independent of my race and of the Indian, and of all mankind. It is a fabulous, mythological form, such as prevailed when the earth and air and water were inhabited by those extinct fossil creatures that we find. It is contemporary with them, and affects us somewhat as the sight of them might do. 49 Long Beach Fern Phagopteris polypodioides, P. phagopteris, Newfoundland to Alaska, south to mountains of Virginia, wet woods and hillsides. 6 or 8 inches to more than a foot high. Fronds. Triangular, usually longer than broad, 4 to 9 inches long, 3 to 6 inches broad, downy, especially beneath, thin, one spinnet, pinny lance-shaped, the lower pair noticeably standing forward and deflexed, cut into oblong, obtuse segments, fruit dots small, round, near the margin, indusium, none. Of the 3 species of Phagopteris native to the northeastern states, P. polypodioides, commonly called the Long Beach fern, is the one I happen to have encountered oftenest. Long Beach fern. Long Beach fern. It is a less delicate plant than either of its sisters, the effect of the larger and older specimens being rather hardy, yet its downy, often light green, triangular frond is exceedingly pretty, with a certain oddity of aspect which it owes to the lowest pair of pinnae, these being conspicuously deflexed and turned forward. This peculiarity gives it a decided individuality and renders it easy of identification. A portion of pinna B-tip of pinna. A portion of pinna B-tip of pinna. The long beech fern I have found growing alternately in company with the oak fern and the broad beech fern. It loves the damp woods, clambering over the roots of trees or carpeting thickly the hollows that lie between. 50 Broad beech fern. Hexagon beech fern Phagopteris hexagonoptera Quebec to Florida, in dry woods and on hillsides, with stalks 8 to 18 inches long. Fronds. Triangular, as broad or broader than long, 7 to 12 inches broad, thin, slightly hairy, often finely glandular beneath, fragrant, 1 spinnet, pinnae. The large, lowest ones broadest near the middle and cut nearly to the midrib into linear oblong, obtuse segments, the middle ones lance-shaped, tapering, the upper ones oblong, obtuse, toothed or entire, basal segments of the pinnae forming a continuous, many-angled wing along the main rachis, fruit dots round, small, near the margin, indusium, none. Plate XXXV Broad beech fern. Plate XXXV Broad beech fern. In many ways this plant resembles its sister, the long beech fern, but usually it is a larger plant, with more broadly triangular fronds, which wear, to my mind, a brighter, fresher, more delicate green. In the long beech fern the two lower pairs of pinnae differ little in length and breadth, while in the broad beech fern the lowest pair are decidedly larger and broader than the next pair. The wing along the rachis formed by the basal segments of the pinnae seems to me more conspicuous in the latter than in the former. The range of the broad beech fern extends farther south than does that of its two kinsmen, neither of which are found, I believe, south of Virginia. It seeks also more open and usually drier woods. Its leaves are fragrant. Williamson says that its fronds are easily decolorized and that they form a good object for double staining, a process well known to microscopists. 51 Oak fern Phagopteris dryopteris. Northeastern United States to Virginia, west to Oregon and Alaska, usually in wet woods, with stalks 6 to 9 inches long. Fronds. Usually longer than broad, 4 to 9 inches long, broadly triangular. The three primary divisions widely spreading, smooth, once or twice pinnate, fruit dots small, round, near the margin, indusium, none. Plate XXV Oak fern. Plate XXV Oak fern. So far as I remember, my first encounter with the oak fern was in a cedar swamp, famous for its growth of showy ladies' slippers. One July day, in the hope of finding in flowers some of these orchids, I visited this swamp. It lay in a semi-twilight, caused by the dense growth of cedars and hemlocks. Prostrate on the spongy sphagnum below were hosts of uprooted trees, so overrun with trailing strands of partridge vine, twin flower, gold thread, and creeping snowberry, and so soft and yielding to the feet that they seemed to have become one with the earth. The stumps and far-reaching roots of the trees that had been cut or broken off above ground, instead of having been uprooted bodily, had also become gardens of many delicate woodland growths. Some of these decaying stumps and outspreading roots were thickly clothed with the clover-like leaflets of the wood sorrel, here and there nestling among them a pink-veined blossom. On others I found side by side gleaming wild strawberries and dwarf raspberries, feathery fronds of maidenhair, tall osmundas, the crested and the spinulous shield ferns, the leaves of the violet, foam flower, mitrawort, and many others of the smaller, wood-loving plants. Among these stumps were pools of water filled with the dark, polished, rounded leaves of the wild calla, and bordered by beds of moss which cushioned the equally shining but long and pointed leaves of the clintonia. Near one of these pools grew a patch of delicate, low-spreading plants, evidently ferns. It needed only one searching look at the broad, triangular, light green fronds, suggesting somewhat those of a small brake, with roundish fruit dots below to assure me that I had found the oak fern. Every lover of plants or of birds or of any natural objects will appreciate the sense of something more exciting than satisfaction which I experienced as I knelt above the little plantation and gathered a few slender-stemmed fronds. One such find as this compensates for many hours of fatigue and discomfort, or intensifies the enjoyment of an already happy day. The expedition had justified itself with the first full view of the solemn, beautiful depths of the cedar forest. The discovery of the oak fern provided a tangible token of what we had accomplished, and when finally we found the tall, leafy plants of the showy lady's slipper, without a single blossom left upon them, our disappointment was so mild as to be almost imperceptible. As is often the case, having once discovered the haunt of the oak fern, it ceased to be a rarity. It joined the host of plants which climbed over the mossy stumps and fallen logs, and at times it fairly carpeted the ground beneath the cedars and hemlocks. Bulblet bladder fern 52. Bulblet bladder fern Cystopteris bulbifera Canada to Tennessee, on wet rocks, preferring limestone. 1 to 3 feet long, with light-colored, somewhat brittle stalks. Fronds elongated, lance-shaped from a broad base, often bearing beneath large, fleshy bulbs, usually twice-pinnate, pinnae lance oblong, pointed, pinnules toothed or deeply lobed, fruit dots roundish, indusium short, hood-like, attached by a broad base on the side toward the midrib, early thrown back and withering so that the mature fruit dots appear arched. The bulblet bladder fern is never more at home than when it grows close to falling water, clinging to rocks dark and wet with spray. It seems to reflect the very spirit of the waterfall, all its life and grace, as it springs from the dripping ledges, clothing them with a diaphanous garment of delicate green which vies with their neighboring veil of white, now pouring over some rocky shelf a solid but silent mass of pale luxuriant foliage, now trailing down the cliff its long, tapering fronds, side by side with silvery strands of water, close to tufts of wind-blown, spray-tipped harebells. Plate xxae bulblet bladder fern. Plate xxae bulblet bladder fern. A portion of fruiting pinna. Although the plant is never seen at its best save in some such neighborhood as this, its slender, feathery fronds are always possessed of singular grace and charm, whether undulating along the dried rocky bed of a mountain brook or bending till their slender tips nearly touch the rushing stream, or growing quite away from the rocks which are their natural and usual companions among the moss-grown trunks and fallen trees of the wet woods. I know no other fern, save the climbing fern, which is so vine-like and clinging. In reality its stalk and midrib are somewhat brittle, yet this brittleness does not prevent its adapting itself with supple and exquisite curves to whatever support it has chosen. In its manner of growth, as well as in its slender, tapering outline, the bulblet bladder fern is so individual that there can be no difficulty in identifying the full-sized fertile fronds, even in the absence of the little bulbs which grow on the underside of the frond, usually at the base of the pinnae. The sterile fronds are shorter and broader in proportion, and not so easily identified. Plate xxxate fragile bladder fern. Plate xxxate fragile bladder fern. A portion of fertile pinna. B-tip of fertile pinna. See magnified fruit dot showing indusium 53. Fragile bladder fern. Common bladder fern. Cystopteris fragilis. A rock and wood fern, found from Newfoundland to Georgia. 6 to 18 inches long, with slender and brittle stalks, green except at the base. Fronds. Oblong lanceolate, thin, twice to thrice pinnate or pinnatifid, pinnae lanceovate, irregularly cut into toothed segments which at their base run along the midrib by a narrow margin. Fruit. Roundish, often abundant. Indusium early withering and exposing the sporangia, which finally appear naked. This plant may be ranked among the earliest ferns of the year. In May or June, if we climb down to the brook where the columbine flings out her brilliant, nodding blossoms, we find the delicate little fronds, just uncurled, clinging to the steep, moist rocks, or perhaps beyond, in the deeper woods, they nestle among the spreading roots of some great forest tree. Their fragile greenness is very winning. As the plant matures, attaining at times a height of nearly 2 feet, it loses something of this first delicate charm. By the end of July its fruit has ripened, its spores are discharged, and the plant disappears. Frequently, if not always, a new crop springs up in August. We are enchanted to discover tender young fronds making patches of fresh green in every crevice of the rocks among which the stream forces its precipitous way. Once more the woods are flavored with the essence of spring. In our delight in this new promise we forget for a moment to mourn the vanishing summer. The outline of the common bladder fern suggests that of the obtuse woodsia. The two plants might be difficult to distinguish were it not for the difference in their indusia. At maturity the indusium of the common bladder fern usually disappears, leaving the fruit naked, while that of the obtuse woodsia is fastened underneath the fruit and splits apart into jagged, spreading lobes. The sterile fronds of the slender cliff brake also have been thought to resemble this fern, in whose company it often grows. Williamson says that the common bladder fern is easily cultivated either in mounds or on rockwork. Plate X6 Rusty Woodsia Plate X6 Rusty Woodsia 54. Rusty Woodsia Woodsia ilvensis from Labrador and Greenland south to North Carolina and Kentucky, usually on exposed rocks in somewhat mountainous regions. A few inches to nearly 1 foot high. Fronds. Oblong lance-shaped, rather smooth above. The stalk and undersurface of the frond thickly clothed with rusty chaff. 1 spinnet, pinny oblong, obtuse, sessile, cut into oblong segments, fruit dots round, near the margin, often confluent at maturity, indusium detached by its base under the sporangia, dividing into slender hairs which curl above them. Last decoration day, while clambering over some rocky cliffs in the Berkshire Hills, I found the rusty woodsia growing in masses so luxuriant to the eye and so velvety to the touch that it hardly suggested the bristly-looking plant which one finds later in the summer. This fern reverses the usual order of things, being grey-haired in youth and brown-haired in old age, with the result that in May its effect is a soft, silvery green. But even in August, if you chance upon a vigorous tuft springing from some rocky crevice, despite its lack of delicacy and its bristle of red-brown hairs or chaff, the plant is an attractive one. Environment has much to do with the charm of ferns. The first plant of this species I ever identified grew on a rocky shelf within a few feet of a stream which flowed swift and cold from the near mountains. Close by, from the forked branches of a crimson-fruited mountain maple, hung the dainty, deserted nest of a vireo. Always the rusty woodsia seems to bring me a message from that abode of solitude and silence. Plate XL Blunt-lobed woodsia Plate XL Blunt-lobed woodsia a portion of pinna B fruit. Magnified, showing indusium 55. Blunt-lobed woodsia Woodsia obtusa Canada to Georgia and Alabama and westward, on rocks. 8 to 20 inches high, with stalks not jointed, chaffy when young. Fronds. Broadly lanceolate, nearly twispinate, pinny rather remote, triangular ovate or oblong, pinnately parted into obtuse, oblong, toothed segments, veins forked, fruit dots on or near the minutely toothed lobes. Indusium conspicuous, splitting into several jagged lobes. The blunt-lobed woodsia is not rare on rocks and stony hillsides in Maine and northern New York. It is found frequently in the valley of the Hudson. Though not related to the common bladder fern, C. fragilis, it has somewhat the same general appearance. Its fronds, however, are usually both broader and longer, and its stalk and pinny are slightly downy. Its range does not vary greatly from that of the common bladder fern, but usually it grows in more exposed spots and sometimes basks in strong sunshine. Meehan says the blunt-lobed woodsia is found along the Wissahickon Creek, Penna, on dry walls in shady places. One of its happiest phases, he continues, is toward the fall of the year, when the short, barren fronds which form the outer circle bend downward, forming a sort of rosette, in the center of which the fertile fronds somewhat erectly stand. The sterile fronds remain fairly green till spring. 56 Northern Woodsia. Alpine Woodsia, Woodsia hyperborea, W. alpina, northern New York and Vermont, and northward from Labrador to Alaska, on rocks. 2 to 6 inches long, with stalks jointed near the base. Fronds. Narrowly oblong lanceolate, nearly smooth, pinnate, pinny triangular ovate, obtuse, lobed, lobes few, fruit dots somewhat scattered, indusium as in W. ilvensis. This rare little fern has been found by Dr. Peck in the Adirondacks and by Horace Mann, Jr., and Mr. Pringle in Vermont. In his delightful Reminiscences of Botanical Rambles in Vermont published in the Torrey Bulletin, July, 1897, Mr. Pringle describes his first discovery of this species. I was on the mountain, Willoughby, on the 4th of August and examined the entire length of the cliffs, climbing upon all their accessible shelves. Among the specimens of Woodsia glabella brought away were a few which I judged to belong to a different species. Mr. Frost, to whom they were first submitted, pronounced them Woodsia glabella. Not satisfied with his report, I showed them to Dr. Gray. By him I was advised to send them to Professor Eaton, because, as he said, Woodsia is a critical genus. Professor Eaton assured me that I had Woodsia hyperborea, another addition to the flora of the United States. Later in the year Mr. Pringle made a visit to Smuggler's Notch on Mount Mansfield, when he was prepared to camp in the old Notch house among hedgehogs, and botanize the region day by day. This visit was rich in its results. The most notable finds were Aspidium fragrans, Asplenium viride, Woodsia glabella, and Woodsia hyperborea. Plate XLI Northern Woodsia, Plate XLI Northern Woodsia 57. Smooth Woodsia, Woodsia glabella, northern New York and Vermont, and northward from Labrador to Alaska, on moist rocks. 2 to 5 inches long, with stalks jointed at base. Fronds. Very delicate, linear or narrowly lanceolate, smooth on both sides, pinnate, pinny roundish ovate, obtuse, lobed, lobes few, fruit dots scattered, indusium minute. The smooth Woodsia closely resembles the northern Woodsia, and one may expect to find it in much the same parts of the country. In texture it is still more delicate, its fronds are almost perfectly smooth, its outline is narrower, and its pinnae are but slightly lobed. Plate XLii Smooth Woodsia, Plate XLii Smooth Woodsia, a fertile pinna. Mr. Pringle tells us that a letter from Mr. George Davenport, asking him to look for Woodsia glabella, awakened his first interest in ferns. His own account of these early fern hunts is inspiring in its enthusiasm. In 1873 George Davenport was beginning his study of ferns. A letter from him, asking me to look for Woodsia glabella, started me on a fern hunt. The species had been found on Willoughby Mountain, VT, and at Little Falls, NY. Might it not be growing in many places in Vermont? When I set out I knew, as I must suppose, not a single fern, and it was near the close of the summer. You can imagine what delights awaited me in the autumn woodlands. I made the acquaintance of not a few ferns, though it was too late to prepare good specimens of them. In this first blind endeavor I got, of course, no clue to Woodsia glabella. The next summer the hunt was renewed and persistently followed up. I found pleasure in securing one by one nearly all our Vermont ferns. At the time I thought it worthy of remembrance that a single field of diversified pasture and woodland on an adjoining farm yielded me 30 species. Although the two common species of Woodsia were near at hand, Woodsia glabella was still eluding my search. I sent a friend to the summit of J Peak in a fruitless quest for it. Finally, on the 1st of September, I joined Mr. Condon at its old station on Willoughby Mountain, and made myself familiar with its exquisite form. During the first 2 years of my collecting in earnest, 1874 and 1875, several visits were made to Camel's Hump, the peak most accessible to me. In this way some time was lost, because its subalpine area is limited, and consequently the number of rare plants to be found there is small. Yet, with such dogged persistence as sometimes prevents my making good progress, my last visit to that point was not made till the 20th of June, 1876. On that day I clambered, I believe, over every shelf of its great southern precipice and peered into every fissure among the rocks. At last, as I was climbing up the apex over the southeastern buttress, my perilous toil was rewarded by the discovery not only of Woodsia glabella, but of Aspidium fragrans. There were only a few depauperate specimens of each which had not yet succumbed to the adverse conditions of their dry and exposed situation. In the following passage Mr. Pringle describes his pleasure, some years later, in the companionships fostered by a common interest in his pet hobby. My delight in this preserve of boreal plants was shared with not a few genial botanists. Charles Fakeson came before any of us suspected that he possessed undeveloped talent for a botanical artist of highest excellence. Edwin Fakeson followed his young brother, and with me made the tedious ascent to Stirling Pond, a day of toil well rewarded. Thomas Morong came, before the hardships of his Paraguayan journey had broken him down. Our honored president came. In those days, as now, he was often my companion to add delight to my occupation and to reinforce my enthusiasm. The gentle Davenport came at last to behold for the first time in their native haunts many of the objects of his first love and study. When I had found for him yet once more in a 5th Vermont station, this was under Checkerberry Ledge, near Bakersfield, the fern he at first desired, and, together with that, had discovered within our limits 3 or 4 others quite as rare and scarcely expected, I might feel that I had complied with the request of his letter. But that letter initiated a warm friendship between us and association in work upon American ferns, which has continued to the present time. During these 23 years of botanical travel on my part, my hands have gathered all but 36 of the 165 species of North American ferns, and from the more remote corners of our continent I have sent home to my friend for description and publication 16 new ones. Yet I trust that the fern hunt upon which he started me in 1873 is still far from its close. The above quotations illustrate fairly the enthusiasm aroused by a pursuit which is full of peculiar fascination. Almost anyone who has made a study of our native ferns will recall hours filled with delight through their agency, companions made more companionable by means of a common interest in their names, haunts, and habits. Index to Latin names R. diantum capillus veneris, 108 R. diantum imaginatum, 110 R. diantum pedatum, 108 R. diantum tenuum, 110 Aspidium acrostichoides, 96 Aspidium aculeatum, 182 Aspidium aculeatum var. Braunii, 182 Aspidium butii, 168 Aspidium braunii, 182 Aspidium cristatum, 170 Aspidium cristatum, var. Clintonianum, 172 Aspidium fragrans, 178 Aspidium goldianum, 174 Aspidium marginale, 176 Aspidium noveboracense, 159 Aspidium spinulosum, 166 Aspidium spinulosum, var. Dilatatum, 168 Aspidium spinulosum, var. Intermedium, 166 Aspidium phlipteris, 160 Asplenium acrostichoides, 124 Asplenium angustifolium, 98 Asplenium braidlii, 144 Asplenium ebineum, 134 Asplenium ebenoides, 140 Asplenium felix foemina, 120 Asplenium montanum, 130 Asplenium pinnatifidum, 142 Asplenium platineuron, 134 Asplenium rutamuraria, 126 Asplenium phliptroides, 124 Asplenium trichomanes, 136 Asplenium viride, 138 Batricium dissectum, 81 Batricium gracile, 80 Batricium lanceolatum, 86 Batricium lunaria, 84 Batricium matricariephylium, 86 Batricium simplex, 81 Batricium tenatum, 81 Batricium virginianum, 80 Camptosaurus rhizophilus, 146 Schielanthus lanosa, 112 Schielanthus vestita, 112 Cystopteris bulbifera, 194 Cystopteris fragilis, 198 Dixonia pilosucula, 114 Dixonia punctilobula, 114 Dryopteris acrostichoides, 96 Dryopteris aculeata, 182 Dryopteris butii, 168 Dryopteris braunii, 182 Dryopteris cristata, 170 Dryopteris cristata clintoniana, 172 Dryopteris fragrans, 178 Dryopteris goldiana, 174 Dryopteris marginalis, 176 Dryopteris noveboracensis, 159 Dryopteris simulata, 164 Dryopteris spinulosa, 166 Dryopteris spinulosa dilatata, 168 Dryopteris spinulosa intermedia, 166 Dryopteris thlipteris, 160 Lygodium palmatum, 75 Onocles sensibilis, 54 Onocles sensibilis, var. Obtusa lobata, 56 Onocles struthiopteris, 56 Ophia glossum vulgatum, 77 Osmunda cinnamomea, 60 Osmunda cinnamomea, var. Frondosa, 62 Osmunda claytoniana, 72 Osmunda regalis, 67 Pellia atropapurea, 90 Pellia gracilis, 87 Pellia stulri, 87 Phagopteris dryopteris, 190 Phagopteris hexagonoptera, 188 Phagopteris 187 Phagopteris polypodioids, 187 Polypodium vulgare, 184 Pteris aquilina, 105 Pteris esculenta, 107 Schizia pusilla, 63 Scalopendrium, 150 Scalopendrium vulgare, 150 Woodsia alpina, 203 Woodsia glabella, 206 Woodsia hyperborea, 203 Woodsia ilvensis, 200 Woodsia obtusa, 202 Woodwardia angustifolia, 102 Woodwardia virginica, 156 Index to English names Adder's tongue, 77 Alpine Woodsia, 203 Beech fern, broad, 188 Beech fern, long, 187 Bladder fern, bulblet, 194 Bladder fern, common, 198 Bladder fern, fragile, 198 blunt-lobed woodsia, 202 Boots shield fern, 168 bracken, 105 Bradley's spleenwort, 144 brake, 105 Braun's holly fern, 182 caterpillar fern, 156 chain fern, net-veined, 102 chain fern, Virginia, 156 Christmas fern, 96 cinnamon fern, 60 cliff brake, purple, 90 cliff brake, slender, 87 Clinton's wood fern, 172 climbing fern, 75 common polypody, 184 creeping fern, 75 crested shield fern, 170 curly grass, 63 eagle fern, 105 ebony spleenwort, 134 evergreen wood fern, 67 flowering fern, 67 fragile bladder fern, 198 fragrant shield fern, 178 Goldie's fern, 174 grape fern, lance-leaved, 86 grape fern, little, 82 grape fern, matricry, 86 grape fern, ternate, 81 grape fern, Virginia, 80 green spleenwort, 138 hairy lip fern, 112 holly fern, bronze, 182 Hartford fern, 75 hart's tongue, 150 hay-scented fern, 114 interrupted fern, 72 lady fern, 120 lance-leaved grape fern, 86 little grape fern, 82 lip fern, hairy, 112 long beech fern, 187 maidenhair, 108 maidenhair spleenwort, 136 marginal shield fern, 176 marsh fern, 160 Massachusetts fern, 164 Matricree grape fern, 86 moonwort, 84 mountain spleenwort, 130 narrow-leaved spleenwort, 98 net-veined chain fern, 102 New York fern, 159 northern woodsia, 203 oak fern, 190 ostrich fern, 56 pinnatifid spleenwort, 142 polypody, common, 184 prickly shield fern, 182 purple cliff brake, 90 rattlesnake fern, 80 royal fern, 67 rue spleenwort, 126 rusty woodsia, 200 Scots spleenwort, 140 shield fern, boots, 168 shield fern, crested, 170 shield fern, fragrant, 178 shield fern, marginal, 176 shield fern, prickly, 182 seaweed fern, 156 sensitive fern, 54 silvery spleenwort, 124 slender cliff brake, 87 smooth woodsia, 206 snake fern, 184 spinulous wood fern, 166 spleenwort, Bradley's, 144 spleenwort, ebony, 134 spleenwort, green, 138 spleenwort, maidenhair, 136 spleenwort, mountain, 130 spleenwort, narrow-leaved, 98 spleenwort, pinnatifid, 142 spleenwort, rue, 126 spleenwort, silvery, 124 spleenwort, Scots, 140 ternate grape fern, 81 Virginia chain fern, 156 Virginia grape fern, 80 walking fern, 146 walking leaf, 146 wall rue, 126 wood fern, Clintons, 172 wood fern, evergreen, 176 wood fern, spinulous, 166 woodsia, alpine, 203 woodsia, blunt-lobed, 202 woodsia, northern, 203 woodsia, rusty, 200 woodsia, smooth, 206. Index to technical terms: Anthoidea, 34 Archegoniae, 34 alternation of generations, 33 asexual generation, 34 frond, 28 fertile frond, 3 fertilization, 34 indusium, 31 one spinnet frond, 30 pinnatifid frond, 29 pinny, 30 pinnules, 30 prothallium, 34 rachis, 30 rootstock, 28 sexual generation, 33 simple frond, 29 sori, 30 sporangia, 30 spore, 30 sterile frond, 31 twispinnet frond, 30 veins, free, 30 books on garden, field and wood. How to Know the Wild Flowers by Mrs. William Stardana, with 48 colored plates and new black and white drawings, enlarged, rewritten, and entirely reset. A guide to the names, haunts, and habits of our native wildflowers. with 48 full-page colored plates by Elsie Louise Shaw, and 110 full-page illustrations by Marion Satterley. Crown 8vo, $2 net. Readers will find that even a bowing acquaintance with the flowers repays one generously for the effort expended in its achievement, says the author in her introduction. Such an acquaintance serves to transmute the tedium of a railway journey into the excitement of a tour of discovery. It causes the monotony of a drive through an ordinarily uninteresting country to be forgotten in the diversion of noting the wayside flowers, and counting 100 different species where formerly less than a dozen would have been detected. It invests each boggy meadow and bit of rocky woodland with almost irresistible charm. She has systematized her facts in a compact and convenient form. She is practical and terse, and is also alive to the things which are not entirely matters of fact. New York Tribune. Miss C. W. Hunt, Superintendent of Children's Department, Brooklyn Public Library, says, "Get this book if you only carry one flower book on your vacation." Particularly noteworthy for its beautiful colored plates, about 50 in number. So beautifully were these made that in many cases the actual flower seems starting from the page, and one can almost fancy the perfume, too, is in evidence. New York Times. By Mrs. William Starr Dana, Frances Theodora Parsons, according to Season talks about the flowers in the order of their appearance in the woods and fields. With 32 full-page illustrations in colors from drawings by Elsie Louise Shaw. $1.75 net. It is a privilege to own such a book, for its artistic charm and its contents well deserve their setting. The Dial. The charm of this book is as pervading and enduring as is the charm of nature. New York Times. Delightful talks upon the beauty of the changing year and the parts contributed to such pleasures by forest, grove, and stream. The Interior. By Louise Shelton. The Seasons in a Flower Garden, a handbook of information and instruction for the amateur. Illustrated. $1 net. Pleasant and useful, and may be confidently recommended to amateur gardeners. New York Times. A manual admirably adapted in every way to the needs of people who desire to utilize a small garden space to the best possible advantage. Providence Journal. Charles Scribner's Sons 597 to 599 Fifth Avenue, New York. How to Know the Ferns by Frances Theodora Parsons, author of According to Season and How to Know the Wild Flowers. With 144 illustrations from photographs. Crown 8vo, $1.50 net. Written in the same fresh, entertaining way, and with the same care and authority, that made invaluable to nature lovers her work on How to Know the Wild Flowers. Since the publication, 6 years ago, of How to Know the Wild Flowers, says the writer, I have received such convincing testimony of the eagerness of nature lovers of all ages and conditions to familiarize themselves with the inhabitants of our woods and fields, and so many assurances of the joy which such a familiarity affords, that I have prepared this companion volume on How to Know the Ferns. The charm of this book is pervading and enduring, as is the charm of nature. New York Times. This is a notably thorough little volume. The text is not voluminous, and even with its many full-page illustrations the book is small, but brevity, as we are glad to see so many writers on nature learning, is the first of virtues in this field. The author of How to Know the Ferns has mastered her subject, and she treats of it with authority. New York Tribune. Our Native Trees and How to Identify Them by Harriet L. Keeler, with 178 full-page plates from photographs, and 162 text drawings. Crown 8 vo. $2 net. The trees described in this volume are those indigenous to the region, extending from the Atlantic Ocean to the Rocky Mountains and from Canada to the northern boundaries of the southern states, together with a few well-known and naturalized foreign trees such as the horse chestnut, Lombardy poplar, ailanthus, and sycamore maple. Miss Keeler has made a very commendable addition to the semi-popular treatises on American plants, in a well-written, well-illustrated, and well-printed account of native and naturalized trees. Bits of the best from the poets and prose writers relieve the descriptions, and the folklore of a number of trees is well if briefly told. American Naturalist. To such of the general public as habitually frequent the woods which they love, the book will be most welcome, for it is carefully classified, adequately illustrated, and most readably written. Boston Budget. It condenses into convenient shape a fund of information spread over many volumes of older works, and blends the practical and poetical in a way to delight all readers. St. Louis Globe-Democrat. Our Northern Shrubs by Harriet L. Keeler, with 205 photographic plates and 35 pen and ink drawings. Crown 8 vo. $2 net. The volume is prepared not only for the amateur botanist who seeks a more adequate description than the textbooks afford, and not only for the lover of nature who desires a personal acquaintance with the bushes that grow in the fields, but also to serve those who are engaged in the establishment and decoration of city parks, roadways, and boulevards, those who are seeking to beautify country roadsides and railroad stations, as well as those who, in the decoration of their own home grounds, would gladly use our native shrubs were their habits and character better understood. Simple, clear descriptions that a child can understand are given of shrubs that find their home in the region extending from the Atlantic to the Mississippi River, and from Canada to the boundaries of our southern states. Outlook. There are over 200 plates from photographs, and a number from drawings. The photographs, all of shrubs in flower or fruit, are very beautiful, and so clear as to make identification perfectly simple. Dial. An interesting feature of this book is the sparing but judicious incorporation of quotations from those authors among us who have best interpreted nature. Churchman. Our Garden Flowers by Harriet L. Keeler, author of Our Native Trees and Our Northern Shrubs. With 96 full-page illustrations from photographs and 186 illustrations from drawings. Crown 8 vo. $2 net, postage extra. a popular study of the life histories of familiar flowers, their structural affiliations, their native lands, that has those qualities of clearness, thoroughness, and charm of style that have made her other books famous. It is beautifully illustrated. This book, says its author in her preface, is the outcome of a lifelong search for a volume with which one might make a little journey into the garden, and become acquainted with the dwellers therein, their native land, their life history, their structural affiliations. Among the many species of a genus, it has often been necessary to select but one for description. As a rule, the choice has been either the typical form, or the one longest in cultivation, or the greatest favorite. While it has been the aim to make the book a fairly complete study of all the annual and perennial flowering herbs commonly found in a hardy garden, it is by no means intended to be a catalogue. Full of practical, tested, systematically arranged, and well-indexed information. Transcriber's notes moved some illustrations to paragraph breaks. Page 9. Corrected listing preface to page V instead of 7. Page 11. Corrected order of plate listings XX and XXI. Page 48. Corrected Goldie's fern reference page to 174 instead of 175. End of the Project Gutenberg ebook How to Know the Ferns Updated editions will replace the previous one, the old editions will be renamed. Creating the works from print editions not protected by U.S. copyright law means that no one owns a United States copyright in these works, so the Foundation, and you, can copy and distribute it in the United States without permission and without paying copyright royalties. Special rules, set forth in the general terms of use part of this license, apply to copying and distributing Project Gutenberg trademark symbol electronic works to protect the Project Gutenberg trademark symbol concept and trademark. Project Gutenberg is a registered trademark, and may not be used if you charge for an ebook, except by following the terms of the trademark license, including paying royalties for use of the Project Gutenberg trademark. If you do not charge anything for copies of this ebook, complying with the trademark license is very easy. You may use this ebook for nearly any purpose, such as creation of derivative works, reports, performances and research. Project Gutenberg ebooks may be modified and printed and given away. You may do practically anything in the United States with ebooks not protected by U.S. copyright law. Redistribution is subject to the trademark license, especially commercial redistribution. Start. Full license. The full Project Gutenberg license. Please read this before you distribute or use this work to protect the Project Gutenberg trademark symbol mission of promoting the free distribution of electronic works, by using or distributing this work, or any other work associated in any way with the phrase Project Gutenberg. You agree to comply with all the terms of the full Project Gutenberg trademark symbol license available with this file or online at www.gutenberg.org/license. Section 1. General terms of use and redistributing Project Gutenberg trademark symbol electronic works 1.0. By reading or using any part of this Project Gutenberg trademark symbol electronic work, you indicate that you have read, understand, agree to and accept all the terms of this license and intellectual property, trademark/copyright, agreement. If you do not agree to abide by all the terms of this agreement, you must cease using and return or destroy all copies of Project Gutenberg trademark symbol electronic works in your possession. If you paid a fee for obtaining a copy of or access to a Project Gutenberg trademark symbol electronic work and you do not agree to be bound by the terms of this agreement, you may obtain a refund from the person or entity to whom you paid the fee as set forth in paragraph 1.e.8. 1.b Project Gutenberg is a registered trademark. It may only be used on or associated in any way with an electronic work by people who agree to be bound by the terms of this agreement. There are a few things that you can do with most Project Gutenberg trademark symbol electronic works even without complying with the full terms of this agreement. See paragraph 1.c below. There are a lot of things you can do with Project Gutenberg trademark symbol electronic works if you follow the terms of this agreement and help preserve free future access to Project Gutenberg trademark symbol electronic works. See paragraph 1.e below. 1.c. The Project Gutenberg Literary Archive Foundation, the Foundation or PGLAF, owns a compilation copyright in the collection of Project Gutenberg trademark symbol electronic works. Nearly all the individual works in the collection are in the public domain in the United States. If an individual work is unprotected by copyright law in the United States and you are located in the United States, we do not claim a right to prevent you from copying, distributing, performing, displaying or creating derivative works based on the work as long as all references to Project Gutenberg are removed. Of course, we hope that you will support the Project Gutenberg trademark symbol mission of promoting free access to electronic works by freely sharing Project Gutenberg trademark symbol works in compliance with the terms of this agreement for keeping the Project Gutenberg trademark symbol name associated with the work. You can easily comply with the terms of this agreement by keeping this work in the same format with its attached full Project Gutenberg trademark symbol license when you share it without charge with others. 1.d. The copyright laws of the place where you are located also govern what you can do with this work. Copyright laws in most countries are in a constant state of change. If you are outside the United States, check the laws of your country in addition to the terms of this agreement before downloading, copying, displaying, performing, distributing or creating derivative works based on this work or any other Project Gutenberg trademark symbol work. The Foundation makes no representations concerning the copyright status of any work in any country other than the United States. 1.e Unless you have removed all references to Project Gutenberg, 1.e.1. The following sentence, with active links to, or other immediate access to, The full Project Gutenberg trademark symbol license must appear prominently whenever any copy of a Project Gutenberg trademark symbol work, any work on which the phrase Project Gutenberg appears, or with which the phrase Project Gutenberg is associated, is accessed, displayed, performed, viewed, copied or distributed. This ebook is for the use of anyone anywhere in the United States and most other parts of the world at no cost and with almost no restrictions whatsoever. You may copy it, give it away or reuse it under the terms of the Project Gutenberg license included with this ebook or online at www.gutenberg.org. If you are not located in the United States, you will have to check the laws of the country where you are located before using this ebook. 1.e.2 If an individual Project Gutenberg trademark symbol electronic work is derived from texts not protected by U.S. copyright law, does not contain a notice indicating that it is posted with permission of the copyright holder, the work can be copied and distributed to anyone in the United States without paying any fees or charges. If you are redistributing or providing access to a work with the phrase Project Gutenberg associated with or appearing on the work, you must comply either with the requirements of paragraphs 1.e.1 through 1.e.7 or obtain permission for the use of the work and the Project Gutenberg trademark symbol trademark as set forth in paragraphs 1.e.8 or 1.e.9. 1.e.3 If an individual Project Gutenberg trademark symbol electronic work is posted with the permission of the copyright holder, your use and distribution must comply with both paragraphs 1.e.1 through 1.e.7 and any additional terms imposed by the copyright holder. Additional terms will be linked to the Project Gutenberg trademark symbol license for all works posted with the permission of the copyright holder found at the beginning of this work. 1.e.4 Do not unlink or detach or remove the full Project Gutenberg trademark symbol license terms from this work, or any files containing a part of this work or any other work associated with Project Gutenberg trademark symbol. 1.e.5 Do not copy, display, perform, distribute or redistribute this electronic work, or any part of this electronic work, without prominently displaying the sentence set forth in paragraph 1.e.1 with active links or immediate access to the full terms of the Project Gutenberg trademark symbol license. 1.e.6 You may convert to and distribute this work in any binary, compressed, marked up, non-proprietary or proprietary form, including any word processing or hypertext form. However, if you provide access to or distribute copies of a Project Gutenberg trademark symbol work in a format other than plain vanilla ASCII or other format used in the official version posted on the official Project Gutenberg trademark symbol website, www.gutenberg.org, you must, at no additional cost, fee or expense to the user, provide a copy, a means of exporting a copy, or a means of obtaining a copy upon request, of the work in its original plain vanilla ASCII or other form. Any alternate format must include the full Project Gutenberg trademark symbol license as specified in paragraph 1.e.1. 1.e.7. Do not charge a fee for access to, viewing, displaying, performing, copying or distributing any Project Gutenberg trademark symbol works unless you comply with paragraph 1.e.8 or 1.e.9. 1.e.8. You may charge a reasonable fee for copies of or providing access to or distributing Project Gutenberg trademark symbol electronic works provided that you pay a royalty fee of 20% of the gross profits you derive from the use of Project Gutenberg trademark symbol works calculated using the method you already use to calculate your applicable taxes. The fee is owed to the owner of the Project Gutenberg trademark symbol trademark, but he has agreed to donate royalties under this paragraph to the Project Gutenberg Literary Archive Foundation. Royalty payments must be paid within 60 days following each date on which you prepare, or are legally required to prepare, your periodic tax returns. Royalty payments should be clearly marked as such and sent to the Project Gutenberg Literary Archive Foundation at the address specified in Section 4, Information about donations to the Project Gutenberg Literary Archive Foundation. You provide a full refund of any money paid by a user who notifies you in writing, or by email, within 30 days of receipt that he does not agree to the terms of the full Project Gutenberg trademark symbol license. You must require such a user to return or destroy all copies of the works possessed in a physical medium and discontinue all use of and all access to other copies of Project Gutenberg trademark symbol works. You provide, in accordance with paragraph 1.f.3, a full refund of any money paid for a work or a replacement copy, if a defect in the electronic work is discovered and reported to you within 90 days of receipt of the work. You comply with all other terms of this agreement for free distribution of Project Gutenberg trademark symbol works. 1.e.9. If you wish to charge a fee or distribute a Project Gutenberg trademark symbol electronic work or group of works on different terms than are set forth in this agreement, you must obtain permission in writing from the Project Gutenberg Literary Archive Foundation, the manager of the Project Gutenberg trademark symbol trademark. Contact the Foundation as set forth in Section 3 below. 1.f1.f.1. Project Gutenberg volunteers and employees expend considerable effort to identify, do copyright research on, transcribe and proofread works not protected by U.S. copyright law in creating the Project Gutenberg trademark symbol collection. Despite these efforts, Project Gutenberg trademark symbol electronic works, and the medium on which they may be stored, may contain defects such as, but not limited to, incomplete, inaccurate or corrupt data, transcription errors, a copyright or other intellectual property infringement, a defective or damaged disk or other medium, a computer virus, or computer codes that damage or cannot be read by your equipment. 1.f.2. Limited warranty, disclaimer of damages. except for the right of replacement or refund described in paragraph 1.f.3, the Project Gutenberg Literary Archive Foundation, the owner of the Project Gutenberg trademark symbol trademark, and any other party distributing a Project Gutenberg trademark symbol electronic work under this agreement, disclaim all liability to you for damages, costs and expenses, including legal fees. You agree that you have no remedies for negligence, strict liability, breach of warranty or breach of contract except those provided in paragraph 1.f.3. You agree that the Foundation, the trademark owner, and any distributor under this agreement will not be liable to you for actual, direct, indirect, consequential, punitive or incidental damages even if you give notice of the possibility of such damage. 1.f.3. Limited right of replacement or refund. If you discover a defect in this electronic work within 90 days of receiving it, you can receive a refund of the money, if any, you paid for it by sending a written explanation to the person you received the work from. If you received the work on a physical medium, you must return the medium with your written explanation. The person or entity that provided you with the defective work may elect to provide a replacement copy in lieu of a refund. If you received the work electronically, the person or entity providing it to you may choose to give you a second opportunity to receive the work electronically in lieu of a refund. If the second copy is also defective, you may demand a refund in writing without further opportunities to fix the problem. 1.f.4. Except for the limited right of replacement or refund set forth in paragraph 1.f.3, this work is provided to you as is, with no other warranties of any kind, express or implied, including but not limited to warranties of merchantability or fitness for any purpose. 1.f.5. Some states do not allow disclaimers of certain implied warranties or the exclusion or limitation of certain types of damages. If any disclaimer or limitation set forth in this agreement violates the law of the state applicable to this agreement, the agreement shall be interpreted to make the maximum disclaimer or limitation permitted by the applicable state law. The invalidity or unenforceability of any provision of this agreement shall not void the remaining provisions. 1.f.6. Indemnity. You agree to indemnify and hold the Foundation, the trademark owner, any agent or employee of the Foundation, anyone providing copies of Project Gutenberg trademark symbol electronic works in accordance with this agreement, and any volunteers associated with the production, promotion and distribution of Project Gutenberg trademark symbol electronic works, harmless from all liability, costs and expenses, including legal fees, that arise directly or indirectly from any of the following which you do or cause to occur. A. Distribution of this or any Project Gutenberg trademark symbol work. B. Alteration, modification, or additions or deletions to any Project Gutenberg trademark symbol work, and C. Any defect you cause. Section 2. Information about the mission of Project Gutenberg trademark symbol. Project Gutenberg trademark symbol is synonymous with the free distribution of electronic works in formats readable by the widest variety of computers, including obsolete, old, middle-aged and new computers. It exists because of the efforts of hundreds of volunteers and donations from people in all walks of life. Volunteers and financial support to provide volunteers with the assistance they need are critical to reaching Project Gutenberg trademark symbol's goals and ensuring that the Project Gutenberg trademark symbol collection will remain freely available for generations to come. In 2001, the Project Gutenberg Literary Archive Foundation was created to provide a secure and permanent future for Project Gutenberg trademark symbol and future generations. To learn more about the Project Gutenberg Literary Archive Foundation and how your efforts and donations can help, see sections 3 and 4 and the Foundation information page at www.gutenberg.org. Section 3. Information about the Project Gutenberg Literary Archive Foundation. The Project Gutenberg Literary Archive Foundation is a non-profit 501(c)(3) educational corporation organized under the laws of the state of Mississippi and granted tax-exempt status by the Internal Revenue Service. The Foundation's IN or Federal Tax Identification Number is 64-6221541. Contributions to the Project Gutenberg Literary Archive Foundation are tax-deductible to the full extent permitted by U.S. federal laws and your state's laws. The Foundation's business office is located at 809 North 1500 West, Salt Lake City, UT 84116. 801-596-1887. Email contact links and up-to-date contact information can be found at the Foundation's website and official page at www.gutenberg.org/contact section 4. Information about donations to the Project Gutenberg Literary Archive Foundation. Project Gutenberg trademark symbol depends upon and cannot survive without widespread public support and donations to carry out its mission of increasing the number of public domain and licensed works that can be freely distributed in machine-readable form accessible by the widest array of equipment, including outdated equipment. Many small donations, $1 to $5,000, are particularly important to maintaining tax-exempt status with the IRS. The Foundation is committed to complying with the laws regulating charities and charitable donations in all 50 states of the United States. Compliance requirements are not uniform and it takes a considerable effort, much paperwork and many fees to meet and keep up with these requirements. We do not solicit donations in locations where we have not received written confirmation of compliance. To send donations or determine the status of compliance for any particular state, visit www.gutenberg.org/donate. While we cannot and do not solicit contributions from states where we have not met the solicitation requirements, We know of no prohibition against accepting unsolicited donations from donors in such states who approach us with offers to donate. International donations are gratefully accepted, but we cannot make any statements concerning tax treatment of donations received from outside the United States. U.S. laws alone swamp our small staff. Please check the Project Gutenberg web pages for current donation methods and addresses. Donations are accepted in a number of other ways, including checks, online payments and credit card donations. To donate, please visit www.gutenberg.org/donate. Section 5. General information about Project Gutenberg Trademark Symbol Electronic Works. Professor Michael S. Hart was the originator of the Project Gutenberg trademark symbol concept of a library of electronic works that could be freely shared with anyone. For 40 years, he produced and distributed Project Gutenberg trademark symbol ebooks with only a loose network of volunteer support. Project Gutenberg trademark symbol ebooks are often created from several printed editions, all of which are confirmed as not protected by copyright in the US unless a copyright notice is included. Thus, we do not necessarily keep ebooks in compliance with any particular paper edition. Most people start at our website, which has the main PG search facility, www.gutenberg.org. This website includes information about Project Gutenberg trademark symbol, including how to make donations to the Project Gutenberg Literary Archive Foundation, how to help produce our new ebooks, and how to subscribe to our email newsletter to hear about new ebooks.